Chapter 1132. The day after Dolu Qin Wang paid his respects to Li Xian issued an edict declaring, when there is an important matter concerning the military or state, the Hall of Governmental Affairs may jointly mediate. With this edict, Dolu Qin Wang had the authority of Prime Minister. But Li Xian's edict did not make any changes to Dolu Qin Wang's position as the Bodhisattva. From this point onwards, the title of Bodhisattva became a title signifying the emperor's favor. He no longer had the authority of Prime Minister. The people of the outside world did not know the inside story of Dolu Qin Wang's loyalty to Li Xian. As for Dolu Qin Wang's reappointment as Prime Minister, the ministers, scholars, and common people all believed that this was the emperor's approval and encouragement for the Prince of Xiang to hand over his military authority. But in reality, even though the Prince of Xiang had already handed over his military authority, Li Xian still did not feel at ease. His authority and influence over the Prince of Xiang and Taiping was gradually being retracted and compressed. The weather grew colder by the day, and the relationship between the emperor, the Prince of Xiang, and Taiping also grew colder by the day. Meanwhile, the relationship between Yang Fan and Shen Mu also grew colder and colder as the distrust between the two grew. The source of the conflicts and troubles between the clear and hidden factions was extremely complex. Even though Lu Binji was playing tricks in the shadows, he had not created them out of nothing. Instead, he had used the mutual dissatisfaction between the two sects and the inevitable competition in business to bribe the lowest few people in order to intensify and expand this conflict. This was just like the quarrel between two mulberry pickers on the border between Chu and Yu during the Warring States period. It first involved two families, then involved two villages, and then expanded to two cities, ultimately developing into a war between the two countries. If there had been a third person fanning the flames, how could the lofty sovereign have sensed it? Putting aside the fact that Yang Fan had personally summoned the stewards in charge of the north back to the capital to personally question them, even if he had personally rushed to Zhuozhou and clearly understood the cause of this conflict, he still would not have discovered that someone was playing trick. This was because the problems between the two sides truly did exist. Even if Lu Binji had not been playing tricks, there would have been a day when this small grudge would have become a major grudge. Fortunately, although Yang Fan and Shen Mu didn't trust each other, they still maintained the greatest degree of restraint. Thus, this local confrontation didn't expand into a full-scale war between the obvious and hidden sect. However, Yang Fan's status and influence in the obvious sect obviously couldn't be compared to Shen Mu's control over the hidden sect. He had spent too much energy and time in the officialdom. Furthermore, one of them had taken over young Master Zhang's old subordinates and had many factions under him, while the other had single-handedly established this organization. The control of the two couldn't be compared. Even though Yang Fan had already realized the danger, and was slowly gathering his authority and installing his trusted aides, it took time to mend the fence after the sheep was lost. Perhaps if he was given another 10 years, his position in the Xian sect would be as stable as Shen Mu's position in the hidden sect. Thus, in this period of time, the pressure Yang Fan endured was far heavier than Shen Mu's. This pressure didn't just come from the outside, but also from the many elders within the obvious sect who were dissatisfied with his display of weakness. It was in this situation where Yang Fan was besieged both internally and externally that Empress Zetian's critical illness arrived. In Shangyang Palace, Li Xian, Empress Wei, Shanghai Wan'er, the Prince of Xiang, Princess Taiping, Prince Liang, and the many members of the Li and Wu families were all kneeling before the bed. The palace was filled with internal guards, and outside the palace, the tens of thousands of cavalry personally led by Yang Fan formed an impenetrable encirclement. Every palace maid and eunuch that entered and exited Shangyang Palace had to undergo the strictest inspection, and the 10,000 cavalry and internal guards would each send a person to monitor their movements. No one was allowed to smuggle them in, and no one was allowed to move around without permission. The palace maids and eunuchs had to tiptoe when they walked, not daring to make the slightest sound. Wu Zetian's illness had flared up ever since Dolu Qinhuang had visited Li Xian. Ever since then, even though she had constantly consulted doctors for medicine, her body had never taken a turn for the better. The 82-year-old Wu Zetian was about to reach the end of her life. In the last few days, she had been sometimes lucid and sometimes confused. Now, even the imperial doctors, who had never dared to make an accurate judgment on her illness, had no choice but to brace themselves and tell Li Xian that the Empress was truly on her deathbed. Mother, no matter how much hatred they had for the rest of their lives, at this moment, there was no need to bring it up. Seeing their birth mother wither, Li Xian, Li Dan, and Princess Taiping, the three children kneeling at the very front, couldn't help but feel their hearts ache and cry. Wu Zetian slowly woke up. The imperial doctor who had just finished administering her acupuncture retreated a few steps on his knees, his forehead beaded with sweat, making way for the Empress and her children. Ling Yu, Wu Zetian used a weak voice to call out. Princess Taiping hurriedly moved forward on her knees, grasping her cold and old fingers, and choked out, "Mother, your daughter is here." "Daughter, Mother dreamed of concubine Shu just now, and Mother also dreamed of the Empress," Wu Zetian murmured. They were loudly cursing Mother, saying that Mother was going to see them, and that they were going to complain to the saint about Mother. Li Xian tilted his ear, trying hard to listen to Wu Zetian's words. Ever since Wu Zetian had suddenly fallen gravely ill when they had been listening to the songs in the Kai-Si garden previously, he had already ordered that if there was anything wrong with his mother, they had to immediately report to him. He had to ensure that he would be able to stay by his mother's side, and know what his mother's final will was. Now, his mother had finally spoken, but what she said had nothing to do with the great plans of the country. She had actually mentioned Empress Wang and concubine Xiao Shu, who had long since turned into rotten bones. This caused Li Xian to be slightly at a loss. The corners of Wu Zetian's mouth gently hooked up into a proud arc and said, "In the human world, they are not my opponent. In the underworld, they are also not my opponent. Daughter, your imperial father is a talented and bold ruler, but in the imperial harem, he is not so shrewd. When Mother sees him, I am still the most pampered, hee." Mother, Princess Taiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect that her mother would actually talk about these things at this time, but she didn't know why. As she listened, she felt a little sad. Wu Zetian suddenly made a snoring sound, and Li Xian quickly raised his head, but saw that Wu Zetian's eyes were open, but there seemed to be phlegm in her throat, and her breathing was somewhat rapid. When Wu Zetian saw him, her expression suddenly became cold. She closed her eyes and was silent for a moment, then slowly called out, "Xian." Li Xian quickly moved in front of her, and Princess Taiping made way for him. Li Xian held Wu Zetian's hand. Wu Zetian's hand subconsciously shrunk, but finally slowly loosened. Her lifespan was approaching, and she had to let go of everything, so why be so stubborn? She was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Xian, Mother, has always been harsh to you, but you allowed Mother to keep the title of Emperor until now. Mother's heart is really ashamed." This was the first time that Wu Zetian showed weakness in front of her son. Li Xian was somewhat frightened, and didn't know how to answer. Wu Zetian sighed softly. "Mother is about to leave. After Mother dies, remove Mother's title of Emperor." Li Xian's face was at a loss, and he only made a sound of agreement. Wu Zetian's thoughts seemed to be very clear, but what she could remember seemed to be the past events of 20 or 30 years ago. She had forgotten everything in recent years. She no longer remembered Xue Huai, who had accompanied her for more than 10 years, no longer remembered her most beloved Zhang Changzong, and even her glory as an emperor in the past 15 years. She thought hard and said, "The clansmen of Empress Wang and consort Xiao Shu, as well as the clansmen of Chu Suiliang, Han En, and Lu Shi, should all be pardoned." Li Xian made another sound of agreement. Wu Zetian's face slowly revealed a trace of contempt and arrogance, and she said, Mother can't do anything to them in the world of the living, and can only put the sins on their clansmen. Now that Mother is about to die, and they don't give up, then Mother will go to the world of the dead to deal with them. Naturally, there is no need to make things difficult for their clansmen in the world of the living. Her children had no way to respond to her words. Wu Zetian had fought all her life, and it seemed that she was getting stronger with age, and her fighting spirit was even stronger. But now, she planned to take her ambition and revenge to the world of the dead to show it. Wu Zetian's eyes became misty for a moment, and then gradually became clear. She murmured, "Forget about the Zhou temple that Mother built. After Mother dies, Mother's spirit tablet of the Lord of Gods will be attached to the grand temple of Litang. Mother will be buried in your father's tomb." Even though Wu Zetian's voice was very weak, it still seemed to have an indescribable magic. Li Xian did not have the courage to oppose, and only agreed in a low voice. Zhou Temple, Gui Mausoleum, and removing the title of Emperor. The Empress finally compromised when her life was about to end, and gave up what she had been pursuing all her life. She lowered her head to the world, and admitted that she was not the Emperor, and that she was the Empress of Litang. Even though the so-called abolition of Tang Jianzhou was actually a mother seizing the position of the son, and it was very different from the ordinary change of dynasty, and even the subjects under her rule had never acknowledged the so-called Wuzhou Empire, but for someone as strong as her to make such a decision was very rare. She lowered her head to her husband. After her husband died, she seized power step by step. Of her 4 sons, 2 died and 2 were crippled. She killed all of her husband's family, and finally ascended the throne as she wished. At this moment, she was willing to return to her husband's side as a wife. She forgave Empress Wang, consort Xiao Shu, and the relatives of Chu Suiliang and Han Yuan who were on their side. It was not because the words of a person who was about to die were kind, but because she firmly believed that in the world of the dead, she could still sweep away everything. What she pardoned today in the world of the living, if they did not lower their heads in the future in the world of the dead, they would still be her prisoners. However, did she really surrender? She didn't. Everything she did was to hold on to her victory. What was lost was lost. Even if she wanted to hold on tightly, it was impossible. Retreating in order to advance was the only correct method she could use now. She removed her title of Emperor and restored her title of Empress. That way, no one would overthrow her title of Emperor and end up with nothing. She ordered her son to take her to the temple and return to the mausoleum, to be buried in the Qian Mausoleum as Emperor Gaozong's legal wife. As her son's filial piety came first, he could only obey. And unless future generations wanted to overthrow Emperor Gaozong as well, they would never be able to counterattack and dig up her grave. She was intelligent. Ever since she entered the palace at the age of 13, her life had been vigorous. Until the last year of her life, from the 22nd day of the 1st month of the 1st year of the Divine Dragon to the 26th day of the 11th month of the 1st year of the Divine Dragon, these last 9 months and 4 days were not always dim. In the last moments of her life, she still let her intelligence bloom with a dazzling light. She did her best to keep what she wanted to keep in her concessions. With her usually tough personality, this was the only time in her life that she would do this. After Wu Zetian finished saying all this, she seemed to be extremely tired. She once again fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Zetian suddenly woke up from her dreams with a start. She called out in panic, "Daughter! Lingyue!" Power, status, fame, in the last moments of her life, they were all useless. At this moment, what she could remember, what could give her warmth, was only the bones of her bones, the flesh of her flesh. Taiping held her hand. Wu Zetian was relieved. She let out a long breath and murmured, "It's so cold. What season is it now?" Taiping replied in a low voice, "Mother, it's already winter. It's snowing outside." Hearing this, Wu Zetian's withered and old face suddenly bloomed with a young girl's bright smile. "It's snowing? I remember that when Mother entered the palace, it was also snowing. I wonder if the plum blossoms in the fragrance palace have bloomed yet? Mother really misses the fragrance there. Princess Taiping was somewhat startled. After a while, she softly reminded, Mother, this is Chang'an. The fragrance palace is in Luoyang. Ah, Wu Zetian laughed involuntarily. Yes, Mother is muddle-headed. She wanted to laugh. Her tangerine-like old face just bloomed into a smile. Her mouth was still slightly open, but it was forever frozen there. Chapter 1133. Wu Zetian's seemingly weak and compromising will allowed her to grasp the initiative before her death. As his birth mother, his mother voluntarily gave up the title of emperor and was willing to be buried in Gaozong's Qian tomb as empress. This saved Li Xian a lot of awkwardness. As her son, how could he be harsher? Li Xian ordered Wan to draft the mourning memorial of the great sage Empress of Zetian and personally revised it word by word. He added in a sentence that praised his mother as a hero with great foresight and great achievements. Her martial prowess is like thunder and her writings are like the sun and moon. He also held a grand funeral for Wu Zetian. However, there were still discordant voices. As for the Empress Will requesting for her to be buried together with Gaozong, Yan Shanxi immediately jumped out to oppose it. Yan Shanxi spoke passionately, Your Majesty, the Venerable should be buried first. This lowly one should not disturb the deceased after the tomb is completed. Although the Empress has a respectable status, she is still inferior to the previous emperor. It is not a good omen to disturb the Venerable. Furthermore, the Qian Tomb Black Palace uses giant stones as the doors and iron liquid to seal the gap. To open the tomb, one must use an axe and chisel. The path of the gods is mysterious. If we start construction, we might disgrace the spirit of the previous emperor. Furthermore, the Empress and Emperor being buried together is not an ancient tradition. In the ancient imperial tombs, the Empress and Emperor were not buried together. It was only since the Weijin era that the Empress and Emperor were buried together. The Empress has always respected the ancient tradition. Why would she request to be buried together? This is probably not the Empress' original intention. When Li Xian heard this, his face fell. What did he mean by probably not the Empress' original intention? Was he going to change his mother's edict? In fact, Li Xian knew very well what his mother's intentions were. Wu Zetian wanted to prevent Li Tang's descendants from attacking her one day. Even her remains would not be able to rest in peace. He also knew why Yan Shanxi objected to the burial. Yan Shanxi had ulterior motives. The reason why he objected to his mother being buried with his father was so that one day, when he overthrew the Wu clan, he could cleanse the Wu clan's people without any misgivings. This was because Yan Shanxi was one of the accomplices of the meritorious ministers. Yan Shanxi didn't notice that Li Xian's expression had already darkened. He continued to speak passionately. This subject believes that Your Majesty should be buried in another auspicious place beside the Qian mausoleum. If the way of God is aware, the netherworld path will naturally be connected. If it is without consciousness and spirit, there is no benefit in being buried together. Li Xian interrupted him and sneered. We, the Prince of Xiang, Prince Liang, Taiping, and all the other members of the imperial family heard imperial mother's posthumous edict. Shangguan Zhaorong was also present, so how could it be fake? As a son, I will naturally follow my mother's last wish to be buried together. Ever since the 5 princes dethroned the government, Li Xian was in the limelight. In the imperial court, he had the momentum to make decisions with a single word. As a member of the accomplices of the meritorious ministers, Yan Shanxi's power was currently at its weakest. It was difficult for him to find a few people to support him. Helpless, he could only hold his scepter and retreat to the side. Li Xian swept his gaze over the officials and indifferently said, There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. Everyone, let's discuss the inscription on Empress Zetian's mausoleum. At the beginning, Li Xian wanted to entrust this matter to Wanner. This was because Wanner had assisted Wu Zetian at the age of 14 and was the most familiar with her life. In the end, even with Wanner's ability to weigh the world, she couldn't write a single word after one night. Li Xian also knew that this matter was difficult, so he instructed Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong to write. Wei Yuanzhong braced himself and agreed. In the end, after holding it in for 2 days, he still asked the Son of Heaven to choose someone else in shame. In terms of writing, whether it was Wanner or Wei Yuanzhong, there was no problem. The problem was, what could they write? The inscription on the mausoleum was a final evaluation of a person's life. The scholars of the world attached great importance to these words that had been left for thousands of years. But how could people evaluate Wu Zetian's life? The current emperor was her son. She was the former emperor's empress, but she was also a usurper and a traitor. They couldn't write derogatory words. If they only sang praises, which of her great achievements didn't have dirty and embarrassing things hidden behind them? Li Xian had no choice but to bring this difficult problem to the imperial court for discussion. As a result, as soon as he said this, all the officials immediately shut their mouth. The Golden Hall was completely silent. Because of the matter of erecting the mausoleum, all the officials actually kept their mouths shut. Not a single person spoke. Li Xian looked around and saw that all the officials had their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts. Not a single person dared to say anything. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. His gaze slowly moved. Young husband, why don't you say something? How should we write the inscription on the mausoleum? Li Xian's young word dragged on for a bit too long. Everyone in the hall with the surname Yang jumped in fright. Even Yang Fan, a military general, was on tenterhooks even though he knew that the task of writing the inscription on the mausoleum wouldn't fall to him. Fortunately, Li Xian followed up with the word husband. All the officials let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Zixi with gloating eyes. Hearing this, Yang Zixi's face twisted into a steamed bun. He felt that he was about to become a jack of all trades. Anyone who had any trouble would pull him out. Even the emperor was like this. Yang Zixi hummed and hawed for a while. In the end, he could only awkwardly reply, in this subject's opinion, the Empress Dowager's achievements in her life are really hard to describe with words. There is no harm in erecting a mausoleum without words. Her merits and demerits, gains and losses, will be left for later generations to evaluate. Yang Zixi's suggestion was originally an act of helplessness, but when Li Xian heard it, his eyes brightened. When the other ministers and generals heard this, they all whispered to each other, feeling that this idea was a stroke of genius. That's right. How would the previous empress, the present emperor's mother, comment on her life? Could they say anything bad about her? But if they ignored their conscience and only picked out good things to say, whoever wrote the inscription would feel guilty. Erecting a wordless mausoleum would be the best. Since it was hard to describe, then they might as well not describe it. The more Li Xian thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. This difficult problem that he couldn't avoid had been solved in an instant. He nodded and said, "Beloved subject's words are reasonable. Then, let's not write the inscription on the mausoleum." Prince of Xiang, Prince Liang. Li Dan and Wu Sanxi stepped forward at the same time and cupped their hands. "Your subjects are here," Li Xian said. "The Prince of Xiang and Prince Liang will be in charge of all matters related to the national mourning." The two of them bowed and said, "Your subjects receive the decree." Li Xian believed that this was a very appropriate way of handling things. The son did not speak of his father's faults, and this was naturally the same for his birth mother. How could he criticize his mother on the mausoleum? That was not the way of a son. But if he spouted some nonsense, speaking nonsense with his eyes closed, then he would lose the meaning of the mausoleum and become a laughingstock for future generations. This was the most appropriate way of handling things, but he had never expected that by setting a precedent like this, he would suffer the same treatment in the future. After he passed away, his successor didn't know how to evaluate his life. In the end, he also erected a wordless mausoleum for him. Unfortunately, he was one of countless male emperors throughout the ages, while Wu Zetian was unique. Just by being unique, it was enough for some people to view her in a different light. Wu Zetian's wordless mausoleum was said by those who flattered her feet to be an empress with a broad mind and extraordinary spirit. They said that she didn't want to evaluate her own life, and that her merits and demerits would be up to future generations to judge. They completely ignored the fact that this mausoleum had been carved for her by her descendants after her death. As for Li Xian, the majority of people overlooked that he also had a wordless mausoleum. Occasionally, someone would think of it, but they attributed it to bystanders who were busy fighting for power and had no time to care about Li Xian's funeral. When they said this, they completely ignored the fact that the imperial court had arranged for Li Xian's national funeral, so why didn't they have time to carve a mausoleum? After the Prince of Xiang and Prince Liang presided over the funeral for Wu Zetian began to formally begin. The officials entered the palace in batches to pay their respects. Of these officials, the ones who drew the most attention were Zhang Jianji, Huan Yanfan, and the other two princes with different surnames. They had all been subjects under Wu Zetian's rule, and they had all pulled down Wu Zetian. Now, standing before Wu Zetian's spiritual coffin, what were they thinking? Yang Fan didn't want to know. Before the 5 princes entered, he had been in the morning hall, paying his respects. He had no personal grudge with Wu Zetian, so he did not feel any joy at Wu Zetian's death. Ever since he had rushed to Luoyang for revenge and entered the official career by chance, he had never approved of Wu Zetian's various actions. In his heart, he had never submitted to this empress, so he could not be said to feel sorrow. But this empress who had just passed away was still someone who had borne the most legendary and colorful experiences of his youth. As he stood before her spiritual coffin, Yang Fan still felt a little nostalgic. He earnestly paid his respects, without any false sorrow or carelessness. He had no idea what the 5 princes were thinking. He only silently retreated to the side and watched as the 5 princes stepped forward to pay their respects. The 5 princes were clearly somewhat absent-minded as they paid their respects. After a hasty bow, they walked out of the morning hall. Zhang Jianji was already an old man of 82. After being made a prince and seized of power, the heavy mental blow seemed to have caused his body to collapse. Before he could even walk down the steps, he was already gasping for breath. Huan Yanfan and Cui Xianhui went up to support him and said considerately, "The weather is cold, husband Zhang, be careful." The officials who entered the morning hall to pay their respects lowered their heads as if they did not see them and walked around them like they were avoiding the plague. Zhang Jianji stood at the bottom of the steps and smiled faintly at the officials who were avoiding his gaze. Jing Hui worriedly said, "Husband Zhang doesn't seem to be in good health. You must take care of yourself." Zhang Jianji shook his head and said, "I'm old. It's no use. This old man is of the same age as the Heavenly Empress. Now that the Heavenly Empress has passed, this old man's lifespan is probably coming to an end." Yuan Shuji furrowed his brows. Zhang Jianji glanced at Huan Yanfan and said meaningfully, "You and I have restored Li Tang and received the title of prince. From now on, our descendants will never be able to take our place, and our children and grandchildren will never be able to enjoy it. Speaking of which, the emperor has not treated us unfairly. Haha, I have now rested my body and cultivated my character, and have devoted myself to the mountains and rivers. Have you gotten used to it?" Huan Yanfan indifferently replied, "Husband Zhang, Yanfan has not gone sightseeing. Right now, I am studying in seclusion." Zhang Jianji stroked his beard and said, "Oh, reading is good, but I wonder what books are you reading?" Huan Yanfan said, "Yanfan is reading Lord Mengchang's story. It's a very interesting little story. When Lord Mengchang was young, He saw his father's vast farmland and wealth. He asked his father, "What's the name of your son's son?" Tian-ing said, "Grandson." Tian-wen asked again, "What's the name of your grandson's grandson?" Tian-ing replied, "Great-grandson." Tian-wen asked again, "What's the name of your great-great-grandson's great-great-grandson?" Tian-ing shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Husband Zhang, do you think this story is interesting?" Zhang Jianji's expression instantly turned ugly. The few people present were all well-read people, so they had naturally read this story before. They knew what Meng Chongjun was going to say next, and they also knew why Meng Chongjun said that. Hence, their expressions turned serious. Huan Yanfan said with a smile, "I think what Tianwen said is very reasonable. What's the use of accumulating a vast family fortune? To let those descendants who can't even be called enjoy it? What's the point of working so hard for others? A real man should make contributions and leave his name in history. That's the right thing to do." Huan Yanfan smiled and cupped his hands at them, saying, "Farewell." Looking at Huan Yanfan's receding figure, Jing Hui uneasily said to Zhang Jianji, "Husband Zhang, what do you think he is?" Zhang Jianji said with a gloomy expression, "If there's going to be trouble, it will definitely be because of me." Chapter 1134. Wu Zetian passed away. At the beginning of the first year of the Shunlong era, she was removed from the throne. At the end of the first year, she passed away. The reign of the Empress came to an end this year. The second year of the Shunlong era arrived. Although the Empress Dowager's funeral was not over, this was the first year after the new emperor ascended the throne. The court still held a grand celebration. The people of Chang'an went out to celebrate the new year. As for the Empress, she had been completely forgotten by them. The people only cared about daily necessities. They did not care who would be in charge of the court for long. In the palace where Shangguan Wan'er handled official business, Shangguan Wan'er had a cupboard in her sleeve. After dealing with a memorial, she turned her head and glanced at the two palace maids she had ordered to choose clothes for her, who were still chattering behind the screen. She couldn't help but laugh and say, "All right, don't be so picky. Just take a man's robe." Behind the screen, the two trusted palace maids were comparing sets of clothes. Hearing Wan'er's words, they agreed and took a few more robes, trying to pick the most beautiful one. At this time, Yang Fan hurried in from outside. He cupped his hands to Wan'er and said, "Greetings, Shangguan Zhaorong. General Yang is here." Shanghai Wan'er put down her brush and coughed. "I will discuss matters with General Yang. You can leave first." The two palace maids quickly put down their clothes and retreated from behind the screen. They walked to Yang Fan's side and bowed to him. After the two left, Wan'er walked to Yang Fan's side and helped him tidy up his clothes. She said sweetly, "How come you have time to come here today?" Nowadays, Wan'er often lived outside the palace. She was only on duty in the palace for 1 day out of 5. She could often see her lover and daughter, so she was naturally calm when she saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan said, "His Majesty ordered 10,000 cavalrymen to choose a capable team to follow the Emperor to Longqing Pool. I have just settled down and heard that you are going, so I came to see." Wan'er winked at him and smiled mischievously. "What are you looking at? It's not like I'm the one getting married." As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. People were greedy. At first, she only hoped that she could stay with her Lang Jun for a long time. She didn't care about anything else. Now that she could spend the rest of her life with her Lang Jun, she hoped that she could have a proper identity in the Yang family. It would be best if she could even hold a wedding that she had always regretted. Yang Fan knew what she was thinking. He hugged her gently and said apologetically, "With the current situation, it's hard for us to get away." Sigh, who would have thought that with the death of the Empress, the political situation of the world would become even more. Wan'er stretched out her hand and gently covered his mouth. She said, "All right, I was just saying. Don't take it to heart. Did you come because you don't understand why His Majesty wants to go to Longqing Pool? Yang Fan said, Yes, speaking of which, Longqing Pool is not a very prominent place in Chang'an, but the Emperor has his eyes on that place. That's fine, but the Emperor is too grand this time. He wants to take the 4 white elephants in the palace gardens. The scale is even grander than a court meeting. Does the Emperor want to go for a walk in spring or do something else? I feel it's a bit strange. Wanner looked towards the entrance of the hall and gently pulled Yang Fan to the side. She said in a low voice, You haven't heard the rumor that Longqing Square has dragon energy? Yang Fan stilled and said in shock, What? Longqing Square has dragon energy? In these days, all of Yang Fan's energy had been used to control Xian Zong and organize the internal affairs. One person's energy was limited, so he didn't pay much attention to the matters of the court, much less the rumors on the street. Other than having a few fixed eyes and ears in the court, Xian Zong did not have a specialized intelligence organization. Even with the power of the Tang dynasty, it was not enough to build an intelligence organization that covered the entire country. Xian Zong's information sources mainly came from the members of Xian Zong who were spread across all trades. Most of these people did not know of the existence of the succession hall, but this did not stop them from gathering information from top to bottom when they needed it. Usually, when the upper levels of Xian Zong wanted to pay attention to a certain area of information, they would order the people below to report the information when they had it, or order the people below to pay attention to the information during this period of time. It was impossible for the people below to report back to the higher levels when they heard any movement. How long would the secret of the succession hall be kept secret if these people, who were everywhere at the bottom, were allowed to report all sorts of news to their superiors every day, would find out, however stupid they were, that they were not merely scholars, not merely shop assistants, not merely tenants, but that there was a very large organization above them. Also, even if these people reported all kinds of information that they heard, saw, and even had no basis, like writing a diary every day, who would sort and choose? Even if the Sky Observation Division was expanded 100 times, those people would not be able to handle it all. But Wan did not know too much about the inside story of Xianzong. She was also careful and never asked Yang Fan about the details of Xianzong. In her heart, she thought that Xianzong was omnipotent and knew everything. Yang Fan shook his head at Wanner and said, I really do not know anything about this. What is it? Wanner said, There are rumors in the streets that there is a Longqing pool in Longqing workshop. Longji, Longye, and Longfan live next to the Longqing pool. When the 5 dragons gather in one place, the aura of a king will gather. There are also people who vividly said that they once saw a faint white dragon hovering above the Longqing pond during heavy fog and heavy rain. Yang Fan's expression became serious. Wanner said, The Emperor used the excuse of going to the Longqing pool to actually use his identity as a true dragon to suppress the dragon energy there. Taking the white elephant with him is the same reasoning. Saying this, Wanner couldn't help but laugh. Isn't His Majesty currently favoring a few Buddhists? The saying that the Son of Heaven can suppress the dragon energy was said by that foreign monk Hui Fan. As for the white elephant stepping on the ground and the boat in the pool being able to destroy the feng shui of the place, it was said by the warlock Xing Pusi. It is really absurd that the Son of Heaven actually believed it. Wanner said this and shook her head. She sighed. A warlock actually became the head of the imperial secretariat, and a monk actually became the chancellor of the kingdom. AI, no matter how absurd it is nothing. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and said warily, This treacherous rumor directly mentions the 3 princes of the Prince of Xiang's household. Would a commoner dare to make up such a rumor? Moreover, I live in Longqing Square. Even if I didn't notice the rumor related to Longqing Square, there are so many maids and servants going in and out of my mansion every day. How could they not hear anything? Wan was also an intelligent person. When she heard this, she was startled. She said in surprise, "You mean," Yang Fan said, "the person who made up this rumor must have an ulterior motive. His goal is not to spread this rumor among the commoners, so I'm afraid that not many people among the commoners know about this rumor. This rumor was made up for the emperor to hear." Wan Er's mind spun. She cried out involuntarily, "Ah! Could it be King Liang?" Yang Fan said, "If someone in the court could report this rumor, it would not be able to escape your eyes and ears. If even you don't know where this rumor came from, then it must have bypassed the court and reached His Majesty's ears. Think about it. Who else but King Liang could enter and leave the palace at will, report to the emperor, and avoid your eyes and ears? Moreover, the emperor consulted the foreign monk Hui Fan and the warlock Jing Pusi. They seemed to agree with this rumor, and even gave the emperor ideas to solve it. They solemnly said that they would help the Son of Heaven suppress this dragon energy. And these two heterodox people just happened to be close to King Liang. Do you still need to say who all of this is pointing to?" The 5 brothers were all seated in Li Chengqi's residence. After Wu Zetian passed away, Li Longji and the other 2 brothers returned to the capital to celebrate the new year. After the new year, they had to prepare the coffin for Wu Zetian's burial, so Li Longji and the other princes stayed in the capital. The 5 brothers were already 60 to 70% drunk, so their words were somewhat unrestrained. Li Qingyi slammed his wine cup down heavily. "The palace has ordered us to prepare to receive the Son of Heaven." The Son of Heaven is our uncle. Have you ever heard of an elder paying a visit to a junior? Moreover, this elder is the current Son of Heaven. Li Longji twirled his wine cup and said playfully, "Second brother, you're wrong. The emperor is here to tour Longqing Pool." Li Qingyi said angrily, "Pa, tour Longqing Pool? Does the emperor even need to bring an elephant out for an outing? You brat, stop putting on an act. I know you have people in the palace. Hurry up and tell me, why did the emperor come?" Hearing Li Qingyi's words, Li Longye and Li Longfan became suspicious and looked at Li Longji curiously. Li Longji spread his hands. "I've already told father and big brother. You can ask big brother." Li Chengqi sighed. "Don't force the third brother. Isn't it the same as why the emperor came to Longqing Lane? On New Year's Day, the emperor decreed that the 7th princess could open a mansion and get an official position. Do you still remember?" Li Longfan said, "I do remember. But, big brother, what does this have to do with what we're talking about?" Li Qingqi glared at him reproachfully and said, "You just don't have a brain. Now the emperor's daughters have the same rights as Aunt Taiping. They all have the right to open a mansion and get an official position. What do you think Aunt Taiping is? If the Political Affairs Hall originally had 1 prime minister and suddenly there were 7, would there still be 1 prime minister?" Li Qingqi looked at his brothers who seemed to be deep in thought. The emperor believed the slanderous words of scoundrels and has always been afraid of father and Miss Taiping. He took back father's military power and divided Aunt Taiping's power because he was guarding against us. As for now, he wants to visit Longqing Lane. It's even more ridiculous. It's said that someone reported to the emperor that there's King's Qi in Longqing Lane. So the emperor wants to use his true dragon body to suppress the King's Qi here. Haha. Li Longfan was furious. If it weren't for father and aunt's help, if it weren't for us 5 brothers who risked our lives to serve him, would he be able to sit on the throne? Now he views us as his enemies. He's really a muddle-headed emperor. 5th brother, be careful. Li Longji said seriously. Father said that it wasn't easy for me, Li Tang, to restore the empire. Now that the Wu family is still in power, no matter what the emperor thinks, as descendants of Li Tang, we can't cause trouble to prevent outsiders from taking advantage of us. If the emperor wants to step on the dragon's qi, let him. In front of the emperor, you must not show any resentment. Li Longye rolled his eyes and asked word by word, "What if the emperor's wariness doesn't stop there? What do you think he'll do next?" Li Longji was silent for a moment. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He then slammed the cup heavily on the table. His pair of heroic eyes faintly revealed a murderous aura. His voice faintly carried the sound of metal and stone. He said, "Block soldiers with arms and water with earth." Chapter 1135. The true intentions of Li Xianyu and Long Qinqi could not be hidden from the eyes of the world. He had put on a full show of honor, even leading the lion and the white elephant during the Grand Court Assembly, and still saying that this was just a spring outing was a bit too much. Moreover, some people had deliberately spread this news, implying that the Prince of Xiang had fallen out of favor. Li Xian's true intentions were naturally known to everyone. When Prince Consort Tong Jiao heard of this matter, he felt indescribable grief and indignation. Wang Tongjiao was not implicated in the purge of the Meritorious Subjects Party because he was the Emperor's son-in-law and had the status of a member of the Emperor's party. But in his bones, he only regarded himself as the Emperor's son-in-law. As for his faction, he believed that he belonged to the Meritorious Subjects Party. This was normal. Who would be willing to think that they had such achievements just because they married the Emperor's daughter? Of course, he had relied on his own merits, one saber and one spear to kill. Now, seeing the political enemy of the Meritorious Minister's Party, the Wu clan, at its peak, Wang Tongjiao's heart was burning with anxiety. When Wang Tongjiao and her close friends heard that the Emperor had once again listened to slanderous rumors and was heavily guarded against the Prince of Xiang, she couldn't help but grieve. At this moment, they were drinking under the flowering trees in the back garden of the princess mansion. Wang Tongjiao put down the glass with a blush on her face. His good friend, Zhu Yanqing, advised, "Prince Consort, don't drink like this anymore. You're going to get drunk." Wang Tongjiao shook her head and sighed, "I'm just drowning my sorrows in wine." The Son of Heaven favored the treacherous and persecuted the loyal. First, it was Minister Zhang and the other 4 meritorious ministers who were banished, and now they wanted to act against the Prince of Xiang. If the meritorious ministers and members of the imperial clan were banished, wouldn't the Wu clan be able to do whatever they wanted? Thinking of this, Tongjiao's heart is burning with anxiety. His other good friend, Zhou Xian, said, "Didn't Prince Consort say that Master Huan already has a plan for this?" Wang Tongjiao waved her hand and said with a bitter smile, "Sigh, let's not talk about Master Huan's method. Last year, the dragon god Ku, breaking into the gate of Black Tortoise and the immortal treading abode were so easy. Who would have thought that Master Huan would actually use a literary method this time? An elementary scholar rebelling, 3 years is not enough." Zhu Yanqing glanced at Wang Tongjiao and said, "If Master Huan's method doesn't work, then we'll have to think of something else. I think Prince Consort seems to have an idea. You and I are brothers, so if you have an idea, don't hide it. There's no harm in telling me." "Indeed," Wang Tongjiao said, "Tongjiao indeed has other plans. Today, I have invited all of you here because I want to discuss it with you." Zhang Zhongji, Zhu Yanqing, Zhou Xiang, and the others looked at each other and said in unison, "Consort, please speak your mind." Wang Tongjiao knelt on the ground and placed her hands on her knees. She solemnly said, "Everyone, the Wu clan is wreaking havoc now, and they only rely on Wu Sanxi. As long as Wu Sanxi dies, the Wu clan will immediately collapse. Therefore, Si Jiao wants to assassinate Wu Sanxi with all of you. We want to get rid of this traitor and protect the country. What do you think?" Zhang Zongji said, "For the sake of the country, we must eliminate the traitor without hesitation. However, our martial arts are limited. King Liang's entourage is huge, and he has experts protecting him. How are we supposed to succeed?" Wang Tongjiao said, "The opportunity is right in front of you. The day of the great sage Empress' funeral is approaching. As the host, King Liang must be in front of all the officials, and it would be inappropriate for his guards to accompany him. Tongjiao can use her status as the imperial guard to wrap the spears and swords in white silk. When the time comes, we can take our weapons and wait for an opportunity to assassinate Wu Sanxi. Once he is dead, the outcome will be set. Zhu Yanqing frowned. But how are we going to sneak into the entourage? Wang Tongjiao said, leave it to me. After a brief discussion, Zhu Yanqing spoke on behalf of everyone. The Wu clan's perverse actions have angered even the gods. We are willing to work with Prince Consort to eradicate these evils and achieve great feats. Wang Tongjiao said excitedly, good. I knew that you are all hot-blooded men. Behind the thicket, a silhouette quietly left. None of them noticed it as they were too engrossed in their passion. The man hurriedly ran to the west wing. Inside the guest room, two middle-aged men in Confucian robes were shaking their heads and reciting poems. The man rushed in and said in panic, Father, Uncle, a disaster has come, we'd better run away quickly. His words, which came out of nowhere, startled the two men in the room. One of them asked in surprise, Tan what disaster has arrived? The person panted and said, Prince Consort is planning to assassinate King Liang. If he fails, the entire clan will be exterminated. If we stay in the princess residence, we will be seen as the prince consort's henchmen. We should run for our lives as soon as possible. The two poets in the room turned pale with fright when they heard this. The two middle-aged men in the room were the famous Tang dynasty poets, Song Jiwen and Song Jixuan. When Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were favored by the emperor, these two great poets sought refuge with the two Zhangs. They wrote poems to flatter the emperor, and when the two Zhangs were executed, they were exiled to Lingnan as their henchmen. The two of them did not want to go to the plague and suffer, so they begged Prince Consort Wang Tongjiao. They did not have much of a relationship with Wang Tongjiao, but their cousin married Zhu Yanqing, who was a good friend of Wang Tongjiao's. Through this relationship, the two of them begged Wang Tongjiao to be their disciples. Wang Tongjiao felt that they did not have any great evil and were only forced by the circumstances to curry favor with the two Zhangs, so she made the decision to let them stay. But at that time, Zhang Jianji was in the middle of purging the remaining henchmen of the two Zhangs. Wang Tongjiao did not want to make things difficult for Zhang Jianji and the others, so she let them stay in her residence for the time being. In less than 2 months, Zhang Jianji and the others were secretly demoted and driven out of the imperial court by Li Xian. From then on, the imperial court was controlled by the Wu family and the Wei family. Wang Tongjiao did not have much of a relationship with these two factions, so it was not appropriate for her to speak up for them. Therefore, the two brothers and their families stayed in the prince consort's residence. Song Jixuan asked his son Song Tan for the details, and could not help but panic. Song Jiwen rolled his eyes and suddenly slapped the table, saying, Good! Jixuan, a great opportunity has come for us brothers. Song Jixuan was taken aback. Big brother, what great opportunity? Song Jiwen smiled. The faction of meritorious officials has already lost power. You and I have been living in the prince consort's residence with our families for a long time, but we have still not been able to get our posts back. It seems like the prince consort is no longer of any use. You and I want to rely on King Liang, but there is no way to do so. But hasn't this chance come knocking on our door? Song Jixuan was suddenly enlightened. You mean, on Longqing Lake, Li Xian, the Empress, King Liang, and the other important ministers boarded a boat for a leisurely stroll. The Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, accompanied them. His heart was heavy, but he still forced himself to appear cheerful. The 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang stood at the railing of the boat. In the distance, they could see a row of green willows by the lake. Behind the willows, they could faintly see beast masters leading lions and elephants back and forth. They could also see that someone was wearing a Taoist robe with 7 stars, his hair draped over his shoulders and his sword in hand. He seemed to be performing some sort of ritual. Li Qingyi couldn't help but spit fiercely outside the boat. "Io, who is this?" Unexpectedly, a small boat was approaching. Li Qingyi spat on the back of that person's neck. The man angrily raised his head, but suddenly remembered that this was the Son of Heaven's ship. The people on this ship were all rich and noble, and none of them were people he could afford to offend. He could only resentfully shut his mouth and take out a handkerchief to vigorously wipe his face. The man on the small boat was Song Jishuan's son, Song Tan. When the two brothers learned that Wang Tongjiao wanted to assassinate Wu Sansi, they completely disregarded the kindness Wang Tongjiao had shown them and immediately thought that this was an excellent opportunity for them to return to their official careers. The two brothers were worried that they would arouse Wang Tongjiao's vigilance if they went out, but Song Tan, who often went out, had no such worries. As a result, the two brothers ordered Song Tan to immediately inform Wu Sansi. By the time Song Tan arrived at Wu Sansi's residence, Wu Sansi had already accompanied Li Xian to Longqing Lake. When the steward of the martial house heard Song Tan's reason for coming, he knew that this matter was of great importance and did not dare to be negligent. He immediately brought Song Tan to Longqing Lake. By the time the two boarded the ship, Li Longji and his brothers had already gone elsewhere. The steward of the martial house revealed his identity to the imperial guards and quietly went to see Wu Sansi. Wu Sansi was sitting at the bow of the ship with Li Xian, drinking wine. When he heard the news, he excused himself to Li Xian and was led by the steward to the rear cabin. When Song Tan saw Wu Sansi, he immediately clasped his hands and fearfully said, "This junior, Song Tan, has received orders from my father and uncle to request an audience with the great king." Wu Sansi grabbed his collar and sternly said, "You said that you have an extremely urgent news to report to this prince?" As Yang Fan walked past the railing of the ship, he just happened to see the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons walking over. Yang Fan stopped and cupped his hands to them with a smile. To Yang Fan's surprise, Li Longji also stopped in his tracks and solemnly cupped his hands towards him. He smiled and said, "Greetings, great general." Yang Fan did not expect Li Longji to be so courteous and hurriedly returned the greeting. "Greetings, Prince of Linzi." "Greetings, royal princes." Li Longji laughed. "This little prince has known great general since I was young. I did not expect that we would become neighbors after coming to Chang'an. This is a rare encounter. It is a pity that this little prince will be leaving the capital soon. Otherwise, I will definitely invite Great General to my residence to have a drink with my brother." Yang Fan smiled. "This lowly general is terrified. If Royal Prince does not mind, when Royal Prince is free, I am willing to buy some wine and drink with you." Li Longji laughed and nodded. "That is my wish. I dare not invite you." Both parties passed by each other. Li Longfan was a little surprised and whispered to Li Longji, "Why is Sanlang so courteous to that man surnamed Yang?" Li Longji smiled. "Under the Son of Heaven's apprehension, our Prince of Xiang's lineage is like a candle in the wind. What is wrong with befriending the heroes of the world?" Li Qingqi thoughtfully said, "Oh, Yang Fan seems to be under Aunt Taiping's tutelage. Speaking of which, he can be considered to be on friendly terms with my Prince of Xiang's estate. We can get close." Li Longji smiled mysteriously. I am afraid that is not the case." Pausing for a moment, he explained, "What I am saying is that he may not be under Aunt Taiping's tutelage. This person's strength may not be as simple as what we see. But, fortunately, his attitude towards Li Yanwu should be genuine. Yang Fan's hearing is extraordinary and he is currently traveling with the wind. Therefore, even though Li Longji and company's voices are extremely soft, he can vaguely hear them." Yang Fan had just dodged a fluttering dragon flag when he suddenly heard Li Longji's words. His heart thumped as if he was a ferocious beast that had smelled danger. A chill surged into his heart with a swish, immediately causing all the hairs on his body to stand up. Chapter 1136. Li Longji's seemingly ordinary words, but in the ears of Yang Fan, who was harboring a great secret, he immediately sensed something different. He immediately realized that Li Longji had sensed something, but how had he sensed it? In a flash, Yang Fan realized that he had neglected far too many things recently. He recalled that Wanner had once told him that when the Prince of Xiang was in the Eastern Palace, Gao Lishur was the eunuch in charge of the Eastern Palace and had an extremely good relationship with Li Sanlang. The two would often play kuju together. He recalled that when he boarded the ship today, he had seen Gao Lishur and Li Longji speak. Although the two had only spoken for a few moments, their expressions were those of people who knew each other very well. He had either heard or seen these things, but he had never deeply pondered them. A person's energy was limited. No matter how energetic or intelligent a person was, it was impossible for them to take care of everything. He had been too focused on officialdom, resulting in one problem after another within the illustrious sect. Now that he was so focused on dealing with the internal strife, he had overlooked the clues that were happening right next to him in the imperial court. In terms of intelligence and alertness, he was not below Shen Mu, but he could not be as single-minded as Shen Mu. His affairs were far too complicated. The army, the officialdom, the illustrious sect. He had to do his utmost to deal with all of them, but how could it be easy to grasp everything in one's hands? If he was not careful, no matter how many great rivers and waves he had traversed, he would still find it hard to avoid capsizing in the gutter. It wasn't until he heard Li Longji's words that he suddenly thought of many things that he should have paid attention to, but had overlooked, that he suddenly realized something. Before and after the Divine Dragon coup, Gao Lishur had participated in far too many matters as one of Wanner's trusted aides. He knew a little about Yang Fan's strength and conduct. Gao Lishur himself would not have noticed anything from these clues, but if he had told Li Longji, given Li Sanlang's intelligence, just as Yang Fan thought this, Ma Qiao rushed over and urgently said, "Great General, the Son of Heaven has summoned you." Yang Fan rushed to the cabin and saw the Emperor and Empress sitting in the center with gloomy expressions. The Prince of Xiang, Prince Liang, and the others were seated to the left and right, all of them wearing strange expressions. Yang Fan did not know what was going on and hurriedly went forward to pay his respects to the Son of Heaven. With a cold expression, Li Xian ordered, "Yang Fan, immediately mobilize a group of men, accompanied by Wu Yanxiu, to capture Wanyan County Magistrate Zhou Xiang." Yang Fan was stunned. Arresting officials? Why didn't they use the people of the 3 law divisions to capture an official? Why did they send 10,000 cavalry instead? With a cold countenance, Wu Sanxi of the Liang said, "Yang Fan, the Yulin General Wang Tongjiao has colluded with a group of rebels, trying to take advantage of the great sage Empress Wei Zetian's funeral to murder the Empress and Ben Wang. Fortunately, the righteous Song Tan reported this to us. Right now Wu Chongxuan, Yao Shaoji, Li Chengjia and the others have separately led their men to arrest Wang Tongjiao and his accomplices. You're in charge of one of the routes. Capture Wanyan County Magistrate Zhou Xiang. Remember, try to catch them alive." Empress Wei's face was ashen as she shouted, "Go!" Yang Fan did not dare to tarry. He hastily received the imperial edict and left with Wu Yanxiu. When Song Tan reported this matter to Wu Sanxi was both shocked and angry. He immediately wanted to complain to the emperor. However, he had a second thought. Wang Tongjiao was the emperor's son-in-law. If he only said that Wang Tongjiao wanted to kill him, he might not be able to put Wang Tongjiao to death. Wu Sanxi suddenly had a bright idea. He turned around and enlightened Song Tan. Song Tan was a scholar, so his mind was flexible. As soon as he heard Wu Sanxi's words, he understood Wu Sanxi's intention. He immediately acted according to Wu Sanxi's words. Wu Sanxi was very satisfied. Only then did he lead him to see Li Xian and Empress Wei. When Song Tan told them that Wang Tongjiao wanted to assassinate Empress Wei and King Liang, Madame Wei was so angry that her hair stood up in anger. This ingrate son-in-law actually wants to kill his mother-in-law? Empress Wei flew into a rage and immediately ordered Li Xian to send people to arrest them. When Song Tan complained, Zhang Zhongji and the others had already dispersed. In order to prevent someone from hearing the news and escaping, Li Xian didn't have time to return to the palace and immediately ordered the arrest. He assigned Wu Chongxuan and the others who were useful to him, leaving Zhou Xiang to Yang Fan. Yang Fan and Wu Yanxiu took a small boat and rushed to the shore. Because the emperor was patrolling here, there were 10,000 cavalry, Jin Wu guards, and 1,000 ox guards stationed by the Longqing Pond. Yang Fan took 100 or so people from his own 10,000 cavalry and led them straight to the Wanyan Yamen with Wu Yanxiu. Along the way, Yang Fan had a sense of déjà vu. It was as if he had been in a similar situation many years ago. Suddenly, he thought of Xiaoman, and then he suddenly understood. Yes, back then, when Wu Zetian sent Qiu Shenji and Xiaoman to lead troops to capture the two imperial grandsons, it was very similar to this moment. The difference was that Wu Zetian had captured her grandsons, while Li Xian had captured his son-in-law. Wu Zetian's two grandsons were only 14 years old, while the younger one was only 9. This so-called rebellion was simply unbelievable. As for whether Wang Tongjiao really wanted to assassinate the Empress and King Liang, Yang Fan had no way of knowing. Another difference was that Wu Zetian had already instructed Qiu Shenji to kill her two grandsons on the spot. Li Xian, on the other hand, wanted to capture them alive. He clearly wanted to use Wang Tongjiao and the others to capture a few bigger fish. But who could be a bigger fish than Wang Tongjiao? Yang Fan shuddered at this thought. Li Xian was not in the mood to tour the lake. When he received news that the warlock Xing Sishan had finished his ritual and released Long Qingqi's draconic aura, Li Xian immediately returned to the palace and angrily waited for his son-in-law to be interrogated. After sending off the emperor with his 5 sons, Li Dan immediately rushed back to the residence of his eldest son, Li Qingqi. Li Longji saw Li Dan's gloomy expression and couldn't help but call out, "Father." Li Dan stopped him with a cold gaze and said, "Qingqi, Longji, the two of you come with me." Li Dan led the way to the back garden. Li Longji and Li Qingqi looked at each other and quickly chased after him. Li Dan paced back and forth in the garden for a long time, then said gravely, "Longji, once your grandmother's funeral is over, you, Longfan, and Longye will immediately return to your fief." Li Longji was startled at first, but he immediately understood. He nodded resolutely and sternly said, "Yes, this child understands." Li Dan gave him a gratified look and said, "Sanlang, it's still you who gives me the most peace of mind. I'm afraid that those brothers of yours are still unaware of the situation. If they hear any bad rumors, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Go and explain it to them. Keep a close eye on them." Li Longji acknowledged and left. Li Qingqi said anxiously, "Father, King Liang wants them captured alive. He's clearly targeting you. How can we let Longji and the others leave at this time? Longji is the smartest. With him around, if anything happens, we, father and son, can brainstorm and learn from each other. We can also work together to face our enemies." Li Dan glared at him and said, "If Wu Sanxi succeeds, he will definitely be acting on the emperor's orders. What can we do then, even if we are together? Longji and the others must leave. I can only hope that this case isn't concluded before the funeral is over. That way, Longji and the others can leave safely. The less they are by our side, the safer we will be. Do you understand?" Li Qingqi looked at his father in confusion. It took a long time for him to understand. Zhou Xiang was the Wanyan County magistrate. He was also in charge of guarding the perimeter on the day of the Empress' funeral. Since he was determined to kill King Liang with Wang Tongjiao, he couldn't be entangled with external affairs on the day of the funeral. Zhou Xiang racked his brains after returning to the Wanyan County magistrate. He could only think of a way to leave this matter to the assistant county magistrate's assistant. Wu Zetian's funeral was in 2 days. Time was of the essence. If he resigned on that day, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen and it would also attract attention. With this in mind, Zhou Xiang immediately sent someone to summon the assistant county magistrate Sierweiqi. When Sier Weiqi arrived, Zhou Xiang said that he had some urgent matters to deal with at home. It would be difficult for him to leave during the funeral, so he asked for Sier Weiqi's help. As the assistant county magistrate, Sier Weiqi would definitely have to maintain order on the streets of Chang'an. How could he refuse this request from his superior? Sier Weiqi agreed immediately. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Xie. I'll treat you to a drink when this matter is over. The matter at home is quite urgent, so I'll leave now. There are still a few documents on the table. I'll have to ask Brother Xie to handle them." Zhou Xiang hurriedly took his leave. Before he reached the gate, Yang Fan barged in with his men and bumped into him. Zhou Xiang was surprised to see a Yulin general leading a large number of soldiers. It was rare for a general to come to the Wanyan County Magistrate. He glanced at Yang Fan without saying anything. Yang Fan also glanced at him. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything either. Zhou Xiang had not changed into his official robes when he returned from the banquet. Wu Yanxiu glanced at him and thought that he had come to the yamen to handle some matters. Naturally, she ignored him. All the buildings in the yamen were the same. He and Yang Fan both knew where the county magistrate's office was located. They led their men straight to County Magistrate Zhou's office. If Zhou Xiang had seen soldiers come to the Wanyan County Magistrate's office on any other day, he wouldn't have been suspicious even though it was rare. However, it was different today. He walked slower and slower, and an ominous feeling gradually grew in his heart. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that the general was leading the soldiers in the direction of his office. Zhou Xiang suddenly turned around and rushed back. Yang Fan and Wu Yanxiu barged into Zhou Xiang's office. They saw a green-robed civil official sitting behind a desk and flipping through a file. Wu Yantu asked in a deep voice, "Zhou Xiang?" Sier Weiqi looked up at the sound and said with a blank expression, "Ah." Yang Fan immediately shouted, "Take him away!" Several cavalrymen immediately rushed forward and firmly held Sier Weiqi down. At this time, many officials rushed out of the office. They couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Yang Fan raised his voice and said, "You don't need to panic. This general is here to arrest Wanyan County Magistrate Zhou Xiang by imperial edict." When Sier Weiqi saw the soldiers barging in to arrest him, he didn't know what was going on. He was shocked and scared. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Sier Weiqi let out a sigh of relief. He quickly jumped up and shouted, "I'm not Zhou Xiang, I'm not Zhou Xiang. I'm Wanyan County Magistrate Sier Weiqi." Zhou Xiang followed them all the way back. He saw that the group of soldiers were indeed heading for his office. A dark cloud suddenly rose in his heart. When he heard Sier Weiqi's loud voice, Zhou Xiang's heart sank. He thought, "Oh no!" He didn't say anything else. He quickly turned around and fled to the side of the yamen. Chapter 1137. "He's not Zhou Xiang?" Wu Yanxiu shouted as soon as she figured out Sier Weiqi's identity. "Let's go and arrest him." He hastily took a few steps forward and suddenly remembered something. He turned to Sier Weiqi and said, "You bring a few people who recognize Zhou Xiang and accompany me to capture him. As long as we can capture Zhou Xiang, it will be a great merit for you." Sier Weiqi hurriedly picked a few clerks to accompany Yang Fan and Wu Yanxiu outside. The yamen was like a small imperial court and took up quite a lot of space. When they reached the front gate, they saw several officials walking towards them. When they saw Sier Weiqi, they greeted him. "County Secretary Xie, are you going out?" Sier Weiqi anxiously asked, "Have you seen County Lieutenant Zhou since you came from outside?" The officials shook their heads in confusion. At this moment, a passing scribe suddenly interrupted, "County Lieutenant Zhou? I saw him go in that direction. Is County Secretary Xie looking for him?" Wu Yanxiu leaped forward and grabbed the man's collar, shouting, "Quick! Take us to him immediately!" The scribe did not know Wu Yanxiu's identity, and could not help but panic. Sier Weiqi hurriedly said, "Hurry up! Zhou Xiang has committed a major crime, and this is an official sent by the imperial court to arrest him. The scribe suddenly realized and hurriedly said, "Please, please come this way." Zhou Xiang jumped over the wall of the yamen and ran along the alleyway. Not long after, a large group of people caught up with him. Zhou Xiang ran to the main street and saw that the soldiers were getting closer and closer. He suddenly grabbed a knife from a nearby pork stall and threw a basket of vegetables at the pursuing soldiers. As a county lieutenant, Zhou Xiang was responsible for arresting criminals and robbers. He was skilled in martial arts but was not strong enough to deal with soldiers. Moreover, these soldiers were the elite of the imperial army. Fortunately, Yang Fan hurriedly shouted, "The capital region is a restricted area. Do not cause any trouble." The soldiers only listened to Yang Fan's orders, and when they chased after him, they had some misgivings. They did not want to kill anyone by accident, nor did they want to create a mess in the market. This allowed Zhou Xian to escape a little further. However, Zhou Xiang had been an official for a long time. His stamina was no match for the imperial army soldiers. By the time he reached the end of the long street, his legs were as heavy as lead. Seeing that he would be captured alive if he continued running, Zhou Xian looked up and saw a small temple in front of him. He immediately rushed in with his saber. Wu Yanxiu had suffered in the grasslands for several years, so he had a good physique. He lifted his robe and ran quickly. Seeing that Zhou Xiang had escaped into the small temple, Wu Yanxiu immediately shouted, "Quick! Surround the temple immediately!" The small temple wasn't big, and it didn't seem to be much bigger than the Earth Temple. There weren't any incense offerings in the temple, and it was cold and deserted. There was only an old temple attendant guarding the small temple. He was sitting at the door, drying his torn cotton-padded jacket. Seeing Zhou Xiang rush in with a sharp saber in his hand, he was so scared that he stood at the door, not daring to go back. The soldiers quickly surrounded the small temple and began to chase away the peddlers and passers-by who were setting up stalls. Seeing this, Yang Fan frowned slightly and said to Wu Yanxiu, "Although there is only one thief, we must guard against a cornered dog jumping over the wall and stabbing people with a saber. Duke, please guard outside with your men. I will go in and capture him." Wu Yanxiu was naturally happy with Yang Fan's arrangement. He said, "General Yang, be careful." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Relying on him? He is still not my match." Yang Fan said in a loud voice, "All of you guard here. I will go in and capture him." One of Yang Fan's cooks called out, "Great General's life is priceless. How can you put yourself in danger? He is just a county officer. How much ability can he have? Let this lowly officer lead some men in and capture him." Yang Fan waved his hand and walked in alone with his saber. Wu Yanxiu immediately said, "All of you guard this place. If he escapes, I will hold you responsible." The words on the temple's plaque were peeling off so much that Yang Fan couldn't clearly see the name of the temple. He walked into the temple, crossed a small courtyard, and entered the main hall. He saw Zhou Xiang clutching the sharp saber tightly, looking up at the statue of a deity in a daze. The deity statue was old and simple. Because the old temple attendant cleaned it from time to time, its facial features could still be seen clearly. However, this deity statue was rare. Although Yang Fan saw it, he couldn't tell which deity it belonged to. Zhou Xiang heard footsteps but didn't turn his head. He only muttered, "It's fate. At this moment of life and death, I actually escaped to Baigan Temple. This is probably God's will." Only now did Yang Fan know that this small temple, which had almost no incense offerings, was actually worshipping Baigan, a loyal minister during the Shang dynasty. Yang Fan let out a light sigh and said slowly, "I don't believe in God's will. I believe that everything depends on human effort. However, I have to say that you people are hot-blooded, but you can't accomplish anything and are more than capable of ruining things. Such an important matter, yet you can let others casually overhear it. This matter is not confidential, so what can you accomplish?" Zhou Xiang suddenly turned to look at Yang Fan and said sternly, "Who reported it? Zhang Zhongji, Zhu Yanqing, or?" Yang Fan interrupted him and said, "If it was your accomplice who reported it, then it can only be said that you don't even have the ability to judge people. The person who reported it is an outsider living in Prince Consort Wang's residence, Song Tan, Song Jishuan's son. How could you let him overhear such an important matter? Isn't it ridiculous?" So it was him. Zhou Xiang first gnashed his teeth in hatred, but then he thought of how such an important matter was so easily overheard by others. He couldn't help but feel dejected. Yang Fan took 2 steps forward and raised his head to look at the statue of Baigan. He said, "County Lieutenant Zhou, when I met you at the Wanyan County Yamen, I already suspected you." Zhou Xiang was startled and looked at Yang Fan in astonishment. Yang Fan said, "You didn't wear official robes but official boots. I know that you just came back from the Prince Consort Wang's residence, so it's normal for you not to wear official robes. There are actually not many people with official positions in the Yamen, so I should have stopped you to ask about your identity, but I didn't do so." Zhou Xiang looked at him in a daze, not knowing what to do. Yang Fan continued, "When we rushed to your detention room, I saw County Secretary Xie's blank expression when he answered you. I knew that he wasn't you, but I still ordered him to be arrested, hoping to buy some time. Even when we were on the street just now, I still hoped that you could escape." Zhou Xiang's eyes brightened, and his excited voice began to tremble. You also hate the Wu clan for monopolizing power and bringing chaos to the court? You and I are kindred spirit. Can you let me go?" Yang Fan looked regretfully at him, and lightly shook his head. "I once wanted to create an opportunity for you, and I created 3 opportunities for you. Unfortunately, you still couldn't escape. There are people from the Wu clan among the people who came with me. I can't let you escape now." Zhou Xiang's face drained of blood and turned deathly pale. Yang Fan said, "The Son of Heaven wants me to capture you alive. Do you understand why?" Zhou Xiang was at a loss. "Why?" Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. These people had nothing but hot blood. They really weren't made for changing dynasties. He whispered, "Because the Emperor or King Liang wants to use you to involve the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping. Do you understand?" Zhou Xiang was suddenly enlightened. Yang Fan looked at him sympathetically. "Some people are willing to sacrifice their lives for their ambitions, but they might not be able to endure the torture of torture. In the end, even their illustrious reputation will be ruined. Thus, I cannot allow you to be captured alive." Zhou Xiang slowly nodded and bitterly smiled. "I understand." Yang Fan slowly held his blade across his chest and stared at him. "Are you going to do it yourself, or do you want me to send you on your way?" Zhou Xiang brightly laughed. "There is no need for you to do it. I am not a coward." He flipped his wrist and pressed the sharp knife against his chest. He looked up at the majestic statue of Baigan and said in a deep voice, "Since you're a person of my Tao, I'll leave the matter that we haven't competed in to you yet." With these words, Zhou Xiang gripped the hilt of his blade with both hands and fiercely thrust it at his chest. Yang Fan saw him move and couldn't help but avert his gaze. After a while, there was no more sound. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Zhou Xiang standing firmly in front of the statue of Baigan, his eyes bulging out of their sockets as he breathed his last. Wang Tongjiao, Zhang Zhongji, and Zhu Yanqing had all been captured alive by Li Xian's men. Li Xian had brought Wang Tongjiao back to the palace and given him a thorough scolding. No matter how Wang Tongjiao explained, he refused to believe that Wang Tongjiao only wanted to assassinate King Liang, and that he had no intention of assassinating his mother-in-law or forcing his father-in-law to abdicate. Li Xian's line of thought was not unreasonable. If he wanted to ensure the success of the coup, he truly couldn't just eliminate King Liang. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to kill Wei Empress after killing Wu Sanxi. Only then could he ensure the complete collapse of the Wu clan and Wei clan. Was this the end of the matter? Of course not. The emperor's wife and the emperor's most trusted minister were all killed by you. Then, you wept and spoke your heart's content, and the emperor would let bygones be bygones and repent. He wouldn't have to worry that one day, when he didn't listen to you, you would kill him as well. Would he then be willing to follow your ideas and become emperor? How naive. If Zhang Jianji and Huan Yanfan had planned to continue allowing Wu Zetian to preside over the court after killing Zhang Jianji and Huan Yanfan, then not a single one of the Prince of Xiang, Taiping, King Liang, or any of the generals in the army would have responded to their actions. Wouldn't that be playing with the lives of their entire clans? Thus, Li Xian did not believe that Wang Tongjiao's goal was that simple. Even though Wang Tongjiao's goal was actually that simple. In terms of politics, they truly were very naive. They hadn't even thought about killing Wei Empress. They simply believed that by killing Wu Sanxi, they would be able to bring clarity to politics and peace to the world. But who would be willing to believe these words of truth? Not only did Li Xian not believe them, he felt that they were just a few people. Other than Wang Tongjiao, there wasn't a single person they could bring out. They actually dared to plot the assassination of the Empress and King Liang and threaten the Son of Heaven to abdicate. This was impossible. Even though Zhou Xiang had already committed suicide to escape punishment, Wang Tongjiao, Zhang Zhongji, and Zhu Yanqing were still alive. Li Xian believed that they might be able to find the true mastermind behind the scenes. Thus, he handed these 3 living witnesses over to Imperial Censor Li Qingjia and Supervising Imperial Censor Yao Shao as the chief interrogators, with Prime Minister Yang Zixi, Li Jiao, and Wei Jiyuan as his assistants. The edge of his blade flashed as he pointed it at the Prince of Xiang and Taiping. Chapter 1138. In the hall of Han Yuan of the Daming Palace, at the foot of the stone steps outside the hall, a young woman in plain clothes and a 3-year-old boy were kneeling in front of the palace gate. There were 2 lines of tears on the pretty young woman's face. The naughty boy didn't seem to understand why they were here today. Tears were still on his face, and he was looking around curiously. Gao Lisher tiptoed out of the palace. Seeing that young woman was still crying nonstop, weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, he couldn't help but shake his head. The eunuchs on his left and right were in a dilemma. As soon as they saw him, they quickly surrounded him as if they had seen their savior. Gao Lisher separated them and lightly walked to the side of the young woman. In a small voice, he comforted. "Princess, Her Majesty the Empress has said that the matter of the Fuma is related to rebellion. In the face of the law, even if he is a close relative, he cannot be selfish. This matter will be decided by the court. Princess, please return to the Fu and listen to air." The young woman who was crying in the palace was Wang Tongjiao's wife, Princess Ding. When she heard that her husband had been imprisoned for attempting to assassinate the Empress and King Liang, Princess Ding felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She didn't understand. Her husband was the Honorable General of Yunhui, General of the Right Thousand Ox, County Duke of Langyi, Commandant of the Emperor's son-in-law, Grand Minister of Inqing, and Honorary Minister. Putting aside the salary brought by these official positions, her husband also had an additional 500 household. She, as a princess, had 1,300 household. The 2 of them lived a life of glory, splendor, wealth and rank without any worries. What else could her husband be dissatisfied with? Why couldn't he just live a good life? Why did he have to rebel? But as much as she hated, he was still her man, the father of her child. Even though she was not Empress Wei's own child, she had always been afraid of this shrewd and strict mother. She still braced herself and ran to the palace crying. Princess Ding unraised her teary eyes and pleaded, "Gao Gonggong, would Gonggong please pass on a message for Ding, to ask Imperial Father to be merciful." Tong Jiao was muddled for a moment. Imperial Father can remove him from his official position and put him under house arrest in the Fu. Please, please do not pass down a heavy punishment. Speaking to her, tears streamed down again. Gao Lisher sighed deeply and said, Princess, you are making things difficult for this servant. The saint. The saint was by Her Majesty's side at that time. The saint also listened to Her Majesty's words. I've already broken the rules by delivering a message to the palace for the princess. I really don't dare to offend you again. When Princess Dingen heard this, she understood. Of course, Empress Wei did not care about Wang Tongjiao's life or death. It was likely that Empress Wei did not even care about her daughter. She had hoped that her father would be merciful, but her father had always been henpecked. Now that he knew that she was crying and begging outside the palace, he hardened his heart and refused to see her. What should she do? Gao Lisher looked around and said in a low voice, "The case hasn't been concluded yet, and we don't know how the verdict will be. Thinking about it, the saint will not be too harsh on the emperor's son-in-law because of his kinship. However, if the princess continues to kneel here and cry, it will not be good if the saint and Her Highness dislike you. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Princess, you should go back." When Princess Dingen heard these words, she could only pull her son up and walk out of the palace, crying and looking back every 3 steps. Gao Lisher looked at the backs of the mother and son, sighed sympathetically, and quietly walked in the direction of the left silver door. Inside the palace, Li Xian was restless. Even though he was harsh and merciless, he still had feelings for his own flesh and blood. Thinking about his daughter bringing her 3-year-old grandson to knock on the door and cry, he could not bear it. He sneaked a glance at Empress Wei and probed with some guilt, "Wife, what do you plan to do with Tong Jiao?" Empress Wei glared at him fiercely and said, "What Tong Jiao? That is a rebel of the court, a traitor plotting to usurp the throne. Do not be soft-hearted. If no one reports, if you are lucky, you will be a prisoner. If you are unlucky, your head will be separated from your body. At that time, who will be soft-hearted for you?" Li Xian had always been henpecked. As the power of Wei Shi's paternal family rose, the communication with the Wu family was mainly conducted through Wei Shi. Wei Shi's words became more and more important, and he became more and more afraid. Hearing Empress Wei's words, Li Xian no longer had the courage to plead for Wang Tongjiao. But thinking about his daughter's youth and how few grandchildren he had, he knew that his wife had steeled her heart to kill Wang Tongjiao. He couldn't resist mumbling, "Wang Tongjiao, it is true that her death is not to be regretted, but Dingen is still so young. When your husband thinks about it, my heart does not feel good." Empress Wei rolled her eyes at him and said, "Look at your good-for-nothing appearance. Does the emperor's daughter still have to worry about marriage? Don't worry about this matter. Didn't my cousin Wei Zhuo's wife just die last year? He hasn't remarried yet. I think it would be better to have Dingen marry Wei Zhuo. That would be even more intimate." Li Xian nodded and sighed, saying, "Ai. This is the only way." "And? What did you say?" Li Xian suddenly reacted and said in shock, "Your cousin? Dingen is our daughter. Your cousin, in terms of seniority, isn't he her uncle?" Empress Wei impatiently waved her hand and said, "They don't have any blood relationship. What's the big deal about seniority? All right, don't worry about this matter. Later, I will have Yang Zixi go matchmake them." Gao Lisher went to the imperial kitchen and found a young eunuch in charge of purchasing. Purchasing was a lucrative position in the palace. This young eunuch had been arranged by Gao Lisher, so he listened to everything Gao Lisher said and was Gao Lisher's confidant. Gao Lisher went to the young eunuch and only stayed for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before leisurely leaving with a bag of dried meat. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like he was hungry and had come here to get something good to eat. But not long after he left, the young eunuch also left the imperial kitchen and quietly left the palace. The young eunuch went to the East Market to stroll around and casually bought some things before returning to the palace. The entire matter did not appear to be out of the ordinary. Ever since Yang Fan had developed suspicions about Gao Lisher, he had told Wan Er. Wan Er had arranged for people to watch Gao Lisher's every move. There were all kinds of networks in the palace. The emperors, the empresses, the female officials, the eunuchs, and also the powerful officials. None of these networks could compare to Wan Er's network of connections and ears. Therefore, Gao Lisher's every move in the palace was under Wan Er's surveillance. After the young eunuch in charge of purchasing left the palace, he left Wan Er's surveillance network and fell into Xian Zong's surveillance. In the end, the information that was sent back to Yang Fan was only one sentence. The young eunuch often went to a meat and vegetable shop, and it was a shop designated by the Prince of Lin Zi's residence. At this point, Yang Fan finally understood that he was not the only one with capable eyes in the palace. Wan Er could not tolerate Yang Fan's betrayal. She angrily said, "Lang Jun saved Gao Lisher's life. I did not expect him to be used by Li San Lang. All factors that are disadvantageous to Lang Jun should be nipped in the bud. Lang Jun, leave this matter to me." Yang Fan glanced at her and smiled. "What do you plan to do?" Wan Er replied, "It is not a difficult matter for someone to die accidentally in the palace." Yang Fan shook his head. "No. Gao Lisher's life is pitiful. Although I helped him, I did not think of using him. Him accepting Li Longji's recruitment is not considered a betrayal to me. Moreover, since we know that Li Longji has this spy, he may be of great use." He smiled thoughtfully and said, "This person is very useful." In order to dig out useful confessions from Wang Tongjiao and the others, the imperial censor Li Qingjia and the supervising imperial censor Yao Shaoji racked their brains. They were Wu Sanxi's people, and of the 3 prime ministers overseeing the trial, Yang Zixi was a typical opportunist. Wei Jiuan was a descendant of the Wei clan of the capital. Empress Wei had already recognized the Wei clan of the capital and could be considered a brother of the Empress, so she naturally belonged to Empress Wei's faction. As for Li Jiao, he was an old minister of the Eastern Palace, a pure member of the Emperor's faction. With this group of people controlling the court, one could easily imagine the fairness of the trial. However, Wang Tongjiao and the others were all hot-blooded men. Even though they had been tortured and beaten, they remained silent in the face of enticement. Wu Sanxi's original intention was to use this opportunity to bring down the Prince of Xiang and Taiping, but not only did Wang Tongjiao and the others not give up any information that was detrimental to the Prince of Xiang and Taiping, they did not even reveal the slightest information that Huan Yanfan was plotting against Empress Wei and Prince Liang. Helpless, Li Qingjia could only concoct a plausible confession for Wu Sanxi. Faced with this confession that was full of loopholes, Li Xian actually believed it. He immediately summoned the imperial censor, Xiao Zhizhong, and ordered him to take over the case. At this point, the case was no longer something that a single imperial censor could handle. But Gao Lisher had already secretly sent out a message, and the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping had already made contingency plans. Deputy Minister of Imperial Censor Xiao Zhizhong was Princess Taiping's disciple, so when he heard the Emperor's order, Xiao Zhizhong burst into tears and immediately cried out, "Your Majesty, you are rich and powerful, so why can't you have a younger brother and a younger sister? Does your Majesty feel that they are people who are plotting rebellion? If not for them during the Divine Dragon coup, would your Majesty have been able to sit on the throne?" When your Majesty had just returned to Luoyang from Fangling, the Prince of Xiang was still an imperial heir, and it was he who took the initiative to abdicate the position of Crown Prince. He didn't even want to fight with your Majesty for the throne, so why would he participate in a rebellion now? If this subject accepts the edict, it would be placing your Majesty in an unjust position. This subject would rather die 10,000 times than obey. Li Xian's face turned red from Xiao Zhizhong's interrogation, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Xiao Zhizhong left, tears streaming down his face. The moment he left the imperial city, he spread word of this matter. This time, Li Xian felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. Wu Jing, the right mending K, was the first to rush into the palace. As the name implied, The officials who held this position were responsible for supervising the Son of Heaven's words and actions, criticizing the Son of Heaven's mistakes and omissions. Since this was their duty, there was no need for them to be polite to the emperor. Wu Buke vehemently expressed his views to Li Xian, his spittle spraying all over Li Xian's face. "Your Majesty, you are muddle-headed. The imperial clan is your Majesty's greatest support. Right now, your Majesty's flesh and blood have withered away, and the only ones that can assist your Majesty are the Prince of Xiang and Taiping. Your Majesty still wishes to get rid of them and become a man cut off from the world?" Before Wu Buke could finish speaking, Cao Shi angrily charged in. Upon hearing Wu Buke's words, he immediately added, "Your Majesty, since ancient times, those who have trusted outsiders and alienated their own flesh and blood have never had a good end. This subject absolutely cannot sit by and watch as your Majesty follows in the footsteps of the ancient emperors." Soon after, there were those who cried and remonstrated in front of the emperor, and those who submitted letters of rebuke. The emotions of the hundreds of officials were stirred up, and the court was abuzz with discussion. Everywhere, it was said that the emperor was ungrateful and wanted to kill his own brother and sister. In the face of this situation, Li Xian couldn't help but panic. Chapter 1139. Li Xian had not expected the ministers to react so strongly. When Zhang Jianji's group of 5 had been stripped of their authority, the ministers had not reacted so strongly. But he had never thought about how many years the Prince of Xiang and Taiping had been operating in the imperial court. He had lived in Fang province for 16 years, and the Prince of Xiang and Taiping had always been in the imperial court. Although they had always been cautious under the pressure of Wu Zetian, not daring to make any major moves, they were still more popular than the Prince of Luling. Although Li Xian was currently emperor, he had only been restored to the throne for less than a year, so how much power and support could he have established? As for the suddenly promoted Zhang Jianji's group of 5, they had truly obtained supreme authority and fame, but they had also received far too much jealousy. This was especially the case when they became overly arrogant. The officials did not say anything on the surface, but how could they not feel a bit of resentment? Their foundations could not even compare to Li Xian's, let alone the Prince of Xiang and Taiping's. Under the torrent of public sentiment, Li Xian immediately shrank back. Even though King Liang and Empress Wei were unwilling to give up on this chance and constantly pressured him, Li Xian still hesitated, not daring to rashly make a decision. It was in this stalemate that the imperial court finally reached the day of the emperor and empress's funeral. After the funeral, Li Longji and his 2 brothers did not even return to the princely estate. Halfway through, they left the funeral procession and hurried back to their fief. When Wu Sanxi learned of this news and carefully weighed it, he put away his ambition to capture the Prince of Xiang and Taiping in one fell swoop. The current situation was as follows. All the officials were firmly against it. Li Longji, 3 Wangye, were leading the troops to govern the people. The imperial guards of the southern Yamen had been somewhat restless lately. Wang Tongjiao's rebellion broke out too suddenly. The Wu clan was completely unprepared, while the Wei clan had just risen up. In these circumstances, if the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping were pressed too hard, once they became desperate, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. In this situation, Wu Sanxi, who already held the advantage, had no need to take such risk. Wu Sanxi gave his opinion to Empress Wei, but Empress Wei was not willing. Her eyes darted around, and she turned her attention to Zhang Jianji's group of 5. Wu Sanxi also felt that although Zhang Pianji and the other 4 were already tigers without teeth, if there was a chance to kick them again and completely destroy the possibility of them making a comeback, it might not be bad. Therefore, he immediately instructed a group of lackeys to create a new confession. Li Xian clearly knew that Zhang Jianji's group of 5 were innocent, but he did not remember the kindness of Zhang Jianji's group of 5 in helping him ascend to the throne. Instead, He firmly remembered how arrogant Zhang Jianji's group of 5 had been after he became the emperor. Li Xian tacitly acknowledged the authenticity of this confession and acted against Zhang Jianji's group of 5. Li Xian issued a decree. Because the 5 princes were dissatisfied with the emperor, they incited Wang Tongjiao and the others to assassinate the king of Liang and the empress, attempting to coerce the Son of Heaven into ordering the feudal vassals. Considering that they had performed meritorious service in assisting the dragon, plus they had the iron ticket to avoid death 10 times, he did not punish them severely. The 5 of them were stripped of their Wangya title and were demoted to local prefectural governors. Wang Tongjiao and the others were careless, just as Yang Fan had said. Not only did they harm themselves, they also harmed others. It was now the 3rd month of the spring of the 2nd year of the Divine Dragon. It had been a year since the coup of the 5 princes had overthrown Empress Zetian and supported Li Xian's ascension to the throne. On the 7th day of the 3rd month, Li Xian had Wang Tongjiao, Zhang Zhongji, and Zhu Yanqing executed at the capital's resting place for treason. Song Jiwen and Song Jixuan, the 2 brothers, were immediately conferred the title of 5th-rank official for their meritorious service. Song Jixuan's son, Song Tan, was also conferred the title of Minister of Imperial Clothing. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The blood-stains of the resting place had been washed clean by the spring rain. In the Prince of Xiang's estate, Li Qiang sat in her boudoir, pensively reading a secret report in her hands. The secret report had come from the palace. Ever since Li Longji had left Chang'an, the task of contacting the palace had been left to Li Qiang. Li Longji had chosen Li Qiang because she and he were twin sisters from the same mother, and the 2 of them were the closest to each other. Although his eldest brother and second brother had remained in Chang'an, his eldest brother was the Prince of Xiang's heir, so he had many complicated affairs to attend to. His second brother's temperament was too irritable, so only his little sister was suitable for this task. The secret report that Li Qiang was reading concerned Yang Fan. Recently, Gao Lishur had learned a lot about Yang Fan from Shanghai Wanner. Of course, Gao Lishur had no idea that this information had been intentionally leaked to him by Yang Fan. He only felt that this information would be very helpful to Li Longji. Moreover, Gao Lishur was very happy to have the young prince whom he served appreciate his great benefactor. It would be best if he could get Yang Fan to work for Li Longji. As a result, he was even more eager to report any information related to Yang Fan. This fellow really is quite formidable. His 10,000 elite cavalry are all within his grasp. Third brother told me to help him keep an eye out for powerful generals of the court who can be roped in. This person not only has a powerful army, but he's also dissatisfied with King Liang and Empress Wei. He should be worth roping in. Li Qiang's large and delicate eyes narrowed slightly as she thought about this. The 16-year-old girl had already reached the age of youth. She rested her chin on her hand as her imagination involuntarily began to run wild. As she thought about it, she thought back to that scene that had made her blush so many times. She, dressed in a red dress like an umbrella, had descended from the sky and landed on Yang Fan's shoulder. She thought about how she was completely empty inside, and how her butt was sitting on his body. Li Qiang squirmed uncomfortably, as if there were ants crawling there. She spat at herself lightly. She seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks began to blush. The corners of her eyes began to ripple with a charming and gentle expression. Shenyang, Shenyang. Huoguo rushed in from outside. Although she was a few years younger than Li Qiang, Huoguo could still be considered a young lady in this era. Even though her figure and face still carried a bit of baby fat, her features were already extremely adorable. Why are you all so noisy? Li Qiang's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. She unhappily put away the secret letter and glared at her younger sister. Huoguo panted and said, "Something has happened, something big has happened. I just heard it from the steward. Do you want to hear it?" Li Qiang yawned and lazily said, "What is it? If you want to say it, then say it." If not, then forget it. I'm feeling sleepy right now. Hua Guo was an impatient person. Li Qiang knew that Hua Guo would not be able to hide her thoughts. As expected, Hua Guo took the initiative to speak. She mysteriously said, "Shenyang, did you know? There are many posters posted on Vermilion Bird Avenue. The posters say that King Liang and Her Majesty the Empress are having an affair, and that they are promiscuous in the palace." What? Li Qiang's beautiful face paled in fright. She jumped up and cried out involuntarily, "Something like this actually happened? Sage! Sage! Her Majesty has committed suicide." What? Li Xian jumped up in fright, knocking over the stack of memorials. He asked in shock, "The Empress committed suicide? What happened? How is the Empress?" The palace maid hurriedly shook her head. "This servant does not know why Her Majesty committed suicide. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and Her Majesty was rescued. She is currently being treated." When Li Xian heard this, he hurriedly left the table. "I'm going to see her." Li Xian hurriedly walked to the entrance of the hall. At this time, a eunuch hurried over and said, "Sage, King Liang requests an audience." Li Xian swung his sleeve and said, "Let him wait." Li Xian hurriedly rushed to the Empress Palace. Empress Wei was just slowly waking up. When she saw Li Xian, she immediately burst into tears. "My Wei clan was born into a great family. Ever since we followed you, Li Xian, we have never enjoyed any good fortune. Instead, we followed you in Fangzhou for 16 bitter years. It was not easy for us to get through all the bitterness and enjoy the sweetness, but because of you, we were slandered. I am now the esteemed Empress of the Empire, but I am being mocked by the common people. What face do I have to continue living in this world?" Li Xian said in shock, "Wife, just what happened? We were reading through memorials and did not know anything." Empress Wei jumped up and pointed at Li Xian's nose. "You don't know? Isn't it all because of you? Was it your idea to invite that Wu Sanxi into the palace? Was it your idea to rope in Wu Sanxi to work for you? Now, someone is spreading rumors and putting up posters on Vermilion Bird Avenue, saying that I am having an affair with Wu Sanxi and that I am promiscuous in the palace. That Wu Sanxi is an old man over 60 years of age, with wrinkled skin and white hair. Even if I don't follow the ways of a woman, do you think I would fancy that damned old man? My clean reputation has been ruined by your hands. Are you happy now? Wu, I don't want to live anymore." Empress Wei suddenly jumped up and slammed into a pillar. Li Xian was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, stop the Empress!" Several palace maids and eunuchs rushed forward to stop her. For a moment, the palace was thrown into chaos. After a while, the confused Li Xian finally understood what had happened. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He angrily roared, "Who is so shameless? We definitely won't let him off, definitely not." Wu Sanxi respectfully knelt in front of the palace without his hat and hat. He had also heard that posters had been put up on Vermilion Bird Avenue, saying that he was having an affair with the Empress, so he had hurriedly come to beg for forgiveness. As the head of the Wu clan, Wu Sanxi could ally with others for the sake of profit, but he wouldn't work for others for the sake of pleasure in bed. Moreover, he was a noble prince. He could obtain any beauty, so why would he be interested in a middle-aged woman? At his age, he didn't like women in their prime, but rather beautiful young girls. Moreover, he had been exiled by his aunt Wu Zetian and married very late. So, although he was related to Li Xian and his wife by marriage and their children were of similar ages, he was 20 or 30 years older than Li Xian and his wife. How could an old man like him be favored by the Empress? It was hateful that someone had shamelessly created this rumor and put it up in the market. Wu Sanxi felt somewhat apprehensive. Although he knew that Li Xian wouldn't believe this and that Li Xian relied on him in many ways and wouldn't harm him, he was still worried that the emperor would distance himself from him. After all, he was a man. Even if it wasn't true, he would still feel a knot in his heart. He knelt in front of the palace gates for a long time, but Li Xian still didn't summon him. His heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. Jing Hui hurriedly rushed to the royal prince of Fuyang, Huan Yanfan's residence. Without waiting for the gatekeeper to announce his arrival, he barged in. There were dozens of carriages parked in the Huan residence, some already filled with things. The 5 princes had all been demoted to provincial governors, but with their large families and large businesses, they hadn't been able to leave in time. Huan Yanfan had just come out to welcome him when he saw Jing Hui angrily walk in. With a shake of his sleeve, he ordered his servants to leave. With an ashen face, he said to Huan Yanfan, "Was the poster on the street you're doing?" Chapter 1140. Huan Yanfan saw Jing Hui's face full of anger and couldn't help but frown. He looked left and right, then lowered his voice and said in displeasure, "Zhong Yi, did you come in such a rage just for this matter?" Jing Hui saw that he had avoided his question and couldn't help but say angrily, "So it really was you? Sure Zhe, you're muddle-headed. You're muddle-headed. Are you afraid that there aren't enough disturbances in court?" Roping in Wu Sanxi was the emperor's idea, but it was just the fake Empress Wei's idea. Do you think the emperor will believe those preposterous words? Huan Yanfan smiled and said, "I naturally know that the emperor won't believe it. But even you think that I want to use this rumor to get rid of Wu Sanxi. Very good, very good. Haha, if even you can't see my true intentions, then the emperor naturally won't." Jing Hui froze and relaxed his tone. He asked in bewilderment, "Could it be you have other plans?" Huan Yanfan nodded and said, "Correct, I do have other plans. Why are we standing here and having a long talk? Come, this way. Let's talk in the study." Huan Yanfan led Jing Hui into the study. The two had just sat down when Jing Hui impatiently asked, "Shirzhe, speak, just what are your plans?" Huan Yanfan said, "Zhong Yi, although the emperor doesn't believe that Wu Sanxi and Empress Wei have an affair, once this matter gets out, the emperor will certainly be furious, right?" Jing Hui nodded. Of course, the imperial court is about to stir up another storm of blood. Huan Yanfan chuckled, his expression extremely pleased. Jing Hui couldn't restrain himself. "Shirzhe, you still haven't told me your plans." Huan Yanfan's expression turned serious. Tong Jiao died for the country. The emperor listened to slander and wanted to use this to move against the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping. But because the officials reacted too fiercely, the emperor had to settle for the next best thing. The 5 of us were stripped of our titles and banished to other places. The Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping barely managed to escape. Think, now that something has happened, who will the emperor suspect first? Jing Hui froze and slowly sank into thought. Huan Yanfan said, "We've already been demoted and are about to leave the capital. How could we have caused this storm? The greatest suspects should be the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping. I want to use this matter to force them to stand with us." Jing Hui's body trembled as he hesitantly said, "The will of the heavens is hard to fathom. Will the emperor definitely suspect the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping? Wouldn't it be reasonable for us to take revenge out of anger? Besides, do you have the confidence to pull over the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping? If they are willing to stand up for you, then, what are you going to do?" Huan Yanfan shook a finger contentedly and said, "Your first question isn't a question at all. It wasn't that the emperor wouldn't suspect the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping, but that pushing the blame onto them was in the best interest of the emperor, the Prince of Xiang and Empress Wei, so they would definitely do this. Of course, I will not discuss this matter with the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping in advance, but once the emperor becomes suspicious of them, the emperor will press forward step by step, and I will not be afraid that they will not seek to protect themselves. At that time, as long as we generously extend a helping hand, not only will they be of use to us, they will also shed tears of gratitude." Jing Hui's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Huan Yanfan sighed and said, "What happens after that is not something we can decide alone. We still need the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping to agree. Either we ask the Crown Prince to ascend to the throne, or we just let the Prince of Xiang proclaim himself emperor. The current emperor must be the Emperor Emeritus, and he can only be the Emperor Emeritus. Huan Yanfan suddenly stood up and shouted, I want to borrow Tong Jiao's blood, borrow the Emperor's repeated treacherous attacks to incite all of Prince Liang's enemies to unite against a common enemy. Everyone will join hands and fight another battle. With the strength of us, the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping, we might be able to reenact the story of the Divine Dragon. Jing Hui stared in shock at Huan Yanfan like he was looking at a stranger. Huan Yanfan looked at him fervently and said, Zhong Yi, we are about to leave the capital. The 5 of us will be sent to 5 different places. When the time comes, we will be under the surveillance of the imperial court, and it will be difficult for us to communicate with each other. We cannot wait any longer, or we will never have another chance. Jing Hui powerlessly said, Scholar, you are playing with fire, you are taking risks. Huan Yanfan pointed at him and began to laugh. Oh you! Riches and honor have always been sought in danger. Relax. Last time we created momentum and used it, and it was a great success. This time we will not fail either. Ha ha! Huan Yanfan laughed, laughing like a gambler who had lost all his capital. In the Emperor's bedroom, Empress Wei sat hatefully, her face still wet from her tears. Wu Sanxi sat awkwardly next to her and lowered his head without saying a word. Li Xian's anger had not yet subsided. He hurriedly walked around the hall, muttering to himself, Who is it? Just who is it? Empress Wei couldn't help but ask, Who else? The imperial court is dissatisfied with you and wants to push this servant and Prince Liang to the brink of death. Who else but that good brother of yours and your good sister could it be? The Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping? Li Xian shook his head. Impossible. This matter has completely thrown away the dignity of the imperial household. As members of the imperial household, do they look good? Empress Wei angrily retorted. This is a matter of life and death involving the throne. Who cares about face? Wu Sanxi loathed the person who had framed him, but when he carefully thought about it, he also shook his head. The Prince of Xiang and Taiping had just escaped calamity because of Wang Tongjiao's case, so why would they take the initiative to stir up trouble? This old subject also feels that it's not very likely. Empress Wei said, If not them, who else could it be? Who else in the court is dissatisfied with us? Wu Sanxi creased his brow and thought for a long time, unable to make up his mind. Li Xian turned around and said to Wu Sanxi, King Liang, I leave this matter to you. You and Imperial Censor Li Qingjiao will work together to handle this case. They've put up so many posters on Vermilion Bird Avenue, so there's no way they won't have any clues. Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. Wu Sanxi hurriedly rose from his seat and cupped his hands. This old subject obeys the imperial decree. Tinkling, tinkling, the melody of the zither came to an end. Lu Bin's 10 fingers pressed down on the zither strings, stopping the sound. With a smile, he said, Interesting, interesting. This matter is getting more and more interesting. He was surrounded by a cluster of flowers, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. Several of his subordinates were kneeling around the mat. Lu Bin said, After this calamity, the Prince of Xiang and Taiping will definitely be like frightened birds. One of his subordinates said, Young master speaks correctly. This subordinate has discovered that the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping are frequently in secret contact. They seem to be discussing countermeasures. Another subordinate said, Jing Ji has sent word that Wu Sanxi has received Empress Wei's orders to push this matter onto the Prince of Xiang and Taiping. Lu Bin closed his eyes in thought for a few moments, then suddenly opened them. No. At present, the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping still have considerable influence. If they are driven to desperation, even if they can't win, they will still cause both sides to suffer. If they win, we won't have placed our bets on them. If that happens, our plans will be for naught. We cannot be too hasty right now. Lu Bin stood up and slowly paced around the mat with his bare feet. He sternly said, "Tell Cui Shi and Jingji that they must persuade Wu Sansi. They cannot rashly break off relations with the Prince of Xiang and Taiping. The rhythm of the change must be in my hands." "Yes," one of the subordinates respectfully replied and hurriedly left. Lu Bin turned his head to another person and said, "Tell Li Chenquang to intensify his training of the Crown Prince." "I won't rebel, I can't rebel." Li Dan's voice was suffused with indescribable sorrow. He sorrowfully gazed at Princess Taiping and mournfully said, "Ling Yue, I'm tired. For the sake of seizing the throne, our birth mother was willing to kill her children and grandchildren without the slightest pity. Now, Qilong inexplicably suspects me and wants to kill me again and again to protect his throne. Is this throne really so important? If he wants to kill me, then let him kill me." Li Dan bitterly smiled and said, "What joy is there in living?" Princess Taiping saw that eighth brother was actually beginning to hate the world and couldn't help but anxiously say, "Eighth brother, you can let go, but do you have the heart to let your children die as well? Wu Sansi and the Empress won't kill you. If they kill you, do you think they will let your children go?" Li Dan's body trembled. Princess Taiping continued, "I'm not asking you to rebel. I'm asking you to use your influence in the Southern Office to get in touch with those generals. They are loyal to you and willing to die for you. But if you don't accept them and don't tell them what you think, what can they do for you?" Li Dan slowly turned around with a hesitant expression. Princess Taiping followed him and said, "As long as you do something, as long as the generals of the Southern Office have any contact with you, the Emperor will have to carefully consider if he wants to kill you." Li Dan bitterly said, "But won't that make Qilong even more suspicious of me?" Princess Taiping angrily said, "Now he won't suspect us? He has already put a knife to our necks. We can't even pass the current hurdle. What future do you want?" Li Dan struggled in his heart. After a long while, he said, "Huan Yanfan sent someone to hint to me that he is willing to help us kill Wu Sansi and Empress Wei." Princess Taiping's eyes brightened and asked hurriedly, "What did you say?" Li Dan said, "I told him that Li Dan will never betray my brother." Princess Taiping's eyes darkened and said, "If the Emperor doesn't fall, how can King Liang and Empress Wei fall? Elder brother, are you clearly rejecting him?" Li Dan said, "Yes. So, I promise you that I can contact the Southern Office, but I only want to protect myself. I will never rebel against Qilong." Princess Taiping stared at him for a long time and nodded deeply. She said, "Elder brother, please believe me. Lingyue is the same as you. She only wants to protect herself." Yang Fan stood in the small hall of the garden and looked at the flowers with a smile. Anu's son, Yang Ji, and Wan Er's daughter, Dai were running crazily among the flowers. Gu Zhuting's precious son was the youngest, so he naturally became a little follower. He chased after his elder brother and sister with a cackle. As for Yang Surong and Yang Yanzu, they no longer liked this kind of game. Yang Surong had grown up. Even though she had learned a lot of martial arts from her parents, she was more and more fond of peace and quiet. She had the air of a lady from a noble family. As for Yang Yanzu, thinking of his son, Yang Fan frowned. He really didn't want to mention that bastard of a son. He was such a cute kid when he was young. Why did he make so many people gnash their teeth when he grew up? He didn't make much progress in his studies, but he liked to run around all day. At such a young age, he dared to follow the people of Shun Men to take a boat to transport goods. He said that he was going for an adventure. Fortunately, he was caught in front of Sanmen Gorge. When he was bored, he liked to go to his mother's shop and pretend to be a waiter. Once, he even took the urinal of the old man who was the night watchman and sold it at a high price as a Han Dynasty antique. When the shopkeeper realized what was going on, he came over to make a fuss, almost smashing the Yang family's signboard. When it came to martial arts, he was very good at it. But when it came to reading, alas, this kid couldn't be counted on to pass the imperial examination. Xiao Man and Anu strolled slowly by the pond with their big bellies protruding. Gu Zhuting, who was wearing a light silk robe and practicing jujitsu by the pond, bent over and stood up. She greeted them with a sweet smile. The three of them stood there, talking and laughing, and walked to the bamboo forest path by the side. Although two of them were pregnant, they still looked so beautiful. It seemed that time didn't leave any trace on them. If there was, it was like a jar of old wine. After the precipitation of time, it became more mellow, more charming, and more charming. Yang Fan smiled knowingly. Wan'er followed Yang Fan's gaze and couldn't help but show envy in her eyes. That year in Sanyang Palace, she accidentally fell into the trap and took the risk to give birth to a daughter for Yang Fan. Since then, she had been very careful when she was with Yang Fan to avoid another accident. But after all, this was a helpless move. In fact, she liked children very much. Seeing that Xiao Man and Anu were pregnant again, Wan'er could only watch. She really wanted to have a few more children, and it would be best if they were all boys. But Yang Fan turned around and saw that Wan'er's light brows were furrowed with deep resentment. He immediately knew that she was sad about the children again. Yang Fan turned around and gently held her waist. He said in a gentle voice, "Although the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects didn't result in a great disaster, the relationship between the two sides is getting colder. Now that the two sects are going their own way, it not only brings many inconveniences, but it also harms both sides. On one hand, I have to suppress the unstable elements within the obvious sect, and on the other hand, I have to resist the hidden sect. At the same time, I have to observe the situation in court and find a way out. I am really exhausted. I want to find a chance to leave the court. After I finish this matter, I can go boating with you on the West Lake and be the carefree Fanli and Sure Igwang. At that time, you can give birth to as many as you want." Wan'er said happily, "Really? Husband, don't try to fool me." Yang Fan said, "Of course it is true. Why do you think I want you to leak information to Gao Li Shi?" Wan'er happily hugged Yang Fan tightly. A moment later, she suddenly spat at him and said, "Your comparison is not appropriate. Shi Shi first served the king of Yu and then followed Fanli. She has only had you, General Yang, as a man." Yang Fan blinked his eyes and said, "Who said that only the champion general is a man? Am I, the sect master of the obvious sect, not a man?" Wan'er first stilled and then immediately felt that this kind of role-playing game was very interesting. She looked at Yang Fan seductively and said, "Really? Then General Yang and Sect Master Yang, you two bad people, how do you plan on bullying me?" Yang Fan looked at her seductive appearance and unconsciously said, "You aren't thinking of having another child right now, are you?" Wan'er said intimately, "The matter of the Li family can be put aside for now, and the matter of having a child can also be put aside. Right now. I just want you to love me." Yang Fan looked around to make sure no one was around. He picked up Wan'er and walked towards her bedroom. Chapter 1141. The imperial censor, Li Chengjia, had recently become a favorite of the emperor. He had been in charge of the Wang Tongjiao case, which had dragged down the 5 princes and instantly made Li Chengjia famous throughout the world. Now, the case of slandering the Empress and Prince Liang had appeared on Vermilion Bird Avenue, and this case had once again been placed in his hands. Li Chengjia was both excited and nervous. If this case was successfully handled, the position of deputy imperial censor was beckoning to him. But he was also worried that Prince Liang would use this opportunity to punish the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping. The Wang Tongjiao case had originally been intended to drag the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping down, but the officials had been so agitated. Fortunately, the emperor had promptly stopped and turned his attention to Zhang Jianji and the other 4. Otherwise, if the officials had continued to make a fuss, the emperor might have found a scapegoat to appease the public, and his fate could be imagined. Li Qingjia did not worry for long. Liang Wangu had told him after careful consideration that the true culprit had to be found this time, but he had not hinted that he should try to implicate the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping in this case. Li Qingjia rejoiced and immediately mustered his strength to earnestly investigate. Li Qingjia's method was stupid, but it was very effective. The posters on Vermilion Bird Avenue had been discovered by the citizens of Chang'an early in the morning, which meant that they had been put up the night before. Through Chang'an and Wanyan counties, Li Qingjia broke down the case to every workshop in Chang'an and asked for a thorough investigation of everyone who had entered or left the workshop after the curfew. That night, after the curfew, there were only 2 families that went in and out of the square. The other family had gone out in the middle of the night to find a doctor because their father had fallen ill. It was easy to investigate the doctor's family if only one person went out, but the married family included relatives and friends, so the number of people was very large. Li Qingjia transferred a large number of people from the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censor to cooperate with Wanyan and Chang'an counties in the investigation. After confirming that there was nothing suspicious about these people, he set his sights on officials of the 3rd rank and above, because only officials of the 3rd rank and above could open their doors directly onto the street and not through the workshop. The capital was an important place. Although there were as many officials as there were running dogs, 3rd-level officials were also rare. Furthermore, 3rd-level officials were even rarer in the capital. Li Qingjia's targets quickly narrowed down. In the end, he locked onto 14 households. Among them was the manor of the former Prime Minister, Huan Yanfan. These people were all high-ranking officials, so Li Qingjia didn't dare bring them here for interrogation. However, he had the Emperor, Empress Wei, and King Liang backing him up. If he wanted to interrogate these servants, these officials wouldn't be able to refuse. What's more, the Emperor was already furious. At this time, who would dare to refuse the investigation? Wouldn't that make them look guilty? Li Qingjia was the imperial censor of the current court. His job was to handle judicial and criminal matters. If you really asked him to investigate a case, he was indeed very skilled. From the way he methodically narrowed down the scope of the investigation, his shrewdness could be seen. In interrogating the servants of these families, he employed a few more tricks. He had seen those posters on the street. There were no less than 10 of them, and they were all neatly pasted. It was very difficult for a single person to do such a thing on Vermilion Bird Street, where the Golden Guards were patrolling. There had to be at least 2 or 3 people pasting the posters. And the people who did this had to be the master's trusted aides or servants. Those hired servants who could pick up their butts and leave at a moment's notice would never be assigned this kind of task by their master. With this kind of analysis, Li Qingjia's interrogation became much easier. Once it was clear that these people were not the master's stewards, housekeepers, or servants, Li Qingjia would immediately release them. As for those who were more suspicious, he would arrange for his subordinates to interrogate them separately, either through intimidation or trickery, in order to find any clues. The people Li Qingjia found were all experienced officials. After being seconded, they were all given 3 days' worth of salary. In addition, if anyone discovered any clues, they would immediately request the emperor to bestow them an official title. With these rewards, how could these officials not work hard? None of these servants from wealthy families were repeat offenders. A group of shrewd and cunning old officials interrogating a group of servants from wealthy families who had no experience in dealing with interrogation. Huan Yanfan's operation, which he thought was flawless, was actually uncovered by an old monitor who had handled cases for 30 years in Wanyan County and had dealt with all kinds of criminals. The old monitor was interrogating a servant from the Huan family, who had signed a contract to sell himself to the Huan family. The officials used torture tools to intimidate him, and he, who had a guilty conscience, revealed some flaws. As soon as the monitor saw that there was an opening, he immediately coaxed and threatened him. He purposely went in and out a few more times, pretending that his companion had already confessed. The servant panicked and actually confessed. The old monitor was wild with joy. He didn't expect that in his old age, he would be able to rise from an official to an official, leaping over the dragon's gate in one step. He was so happy that he threw his head back and laughed 3 times. Soon after, he personally escorted the Huan family servant to Imperial Censor Li as if he was presenting a treasure. When Li Chengjia heard this, he was also wild with joy. He immediately had people arrest the Huan family's housekeeper and the other person who had put up the notice. After interrogating them, the two couldn't endure the torture and confessed one after another. Li Chengjia then escorted the prisoner to the ditch where they had thrown the brush and the bucket of pulp. He scooped up the evidence and happily reported it to King Liang. The results of the case were quickly presented to Li Xian. After reading the confessions, Li Xian was unable to restrain his anger. He immediately ordered the arrest of Zhang Jianji and the other 4 people. He also immediately summoned the prime ministers and officials from the 3 departments of law to discuss the punishment of these 5 people. Wu Sanxi finally caught the true culprits of the rumors. For a moment, he was elated. He viciously said to Li Xian, "Your Majesty, they have slandered the Empress and insulted Your Majesty. They should all be punished according to the law." Deputy Li Chaoyin of the Supreme Court objected. "King Liang, please wait. We still haven't obtained the confessions of Zhang Jianji and the others. It is against the law to hastily execute these officials without interrogating them." Li Xian fiercely slapped the table and said, "Then interrogate them. Interrogate them until they are convinced." When the deputy imperial censor Xiao Zhizhong saw the evidence, he knew that the case couldn't be overturned. He couldn't help but secretly blame Huan Yanfan for being blinded by greed. Now that the witnesses and material evidence were present, even if they were interrogated, what could they do even if they gritted their teeth and refused to confess? These people were servants of their family, and they had ready-made evidence. What else could they do? Even without this evidence, according to the law of the Tang Empire, the confession of the housekeeper and the 2 servants was enough to convict Zhang Jianji and the others. Xiao Zhizhong suddenly had an idea. He suddenly said, "Your Majesty, Zhang Jianji and the others helped Your Majesty ascend the throne. This matter is known by the world. Now that this case has been tried, the world will know that these 5 meritorious officials deliberately slandered the Empress and tarnished Your Majesty's reputation. What will the world think? For such a great ruler and officials to fall out of harmony to this extent, I'm afraid, it will attract much criticism." Hearing this, Li Xian felt a headache coming on. Although he was indeed harsh and merciless, he was not willing to be criticized by the world. Assistant Minister Pei Tan of the Ministry of Justice wanted to curry favor with Empress Wei and Wu Sanxi. He immediately reported, "As long as Your Majesty issues an edict to execute them, even without a public trial, it will be in accordance with the law." This subject objects. Song Jing of the Phoenix Pavilion had been taking notes at the side. Hearing this, he immediately stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, what crime will there be if they are killed by special edict? If they are executed without warning, how can the people of the world be convinced? Moreover, whether it is a special edict to kill or a special edict to pardon, although it is the privilege of the emperor, it cannot be used easily. Since the Xia, Shang and Zhou dynasties, the emperor has the power to pardon, but no emperor has ever used it of his own accord. When Empress Sitian was still alive, she did use the power to pardon Zhang Jianji once. What was the result? The law cannot be broken. Whether Zhang Jianji and the others are guilty or not, it should be judged impartially. If the emperor uses his privilege to kill them, it will attract criticism from the world." Song Jing was pardoned together with Wei Yuanzhong. At that time, Zhang Jianji wanted Song Jing to falsely accuse Wei Yuanzhong, but Song Jing refused. In the end, he was exiled to Lingnan with Wei Yuanzhong. When Li Xian ascended the throne, Wei Yuanzhong was pardoned and returned to the court. Naturally, Song Jing also returned to the court. However, in Wei Yuanzhong's life, since Gaozong, he had served 4 generations of emperors. During this period, he was demoted many times. Now that he was over 70 years old, he had long been depressed. Especially when he returned to court this time, he saw the minister who had helped the emperor ascend the throne turn from prime minister to a prisoner within a year. This made his heart even colder. As a result, Wei Yuanzhong had become the second Su Wei. He did things ambiguously and never said a word about political dispute. Now that Zhang Jianji and the others were in danger, Wei Yuanzhong did not say a word. Instead, it was Song Jing, who was young and vigorous, who came forward to argue. Wu Sanxi was furious. He glanced sideways at Song Jing and said, "According to what you are saying, to protect the emperor's reputation, we must turn a blind eye to their crimes?" Song Jing held his scepter and lowered his eyes, throwing this difficult problem to the emperor. "I did not say that. I am only discussing the matter as it stands." Previously, because of Wang Tongjiao, the court announced that Huan Yanfan, Zhang Jianji, and the others had a political disagreement with King Liang and encouraged Wang Tongjiao to assassinate King Liang. Although this crime is unpardonable, it is pitiful and does not harm the relationship between His Majesty, Zhang Jianji, and the others. Now, if it is said that Huan Yanfan and the others have disregarded His Majesty's dignity by putting up notices on the street and slandering the Empress, Huan Yanfan and the others should be executed. However, if the relationship between the ruler and the officials reaches this point, it will likely damage His Majesty's reputation as well. This subject cannot think of a compromise, but for His Majesty's sake, I have no choice but to say it. Li Xian was speechless. After a long silence, he finally said, "Forget it. Let's just treat this case as a headless one." Wu Sanxi took a step forward and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, then Huan Yanfan and the others," Li Xian said, "issue an edict." Huan Yanfan, Zhang Jianji, and the others encouraged Wang Tongjiao to assassinate a minister and were punished with demotion. They did not reflect on themselves and repeatedly spoke nonsense, criticizing the government. Banish Zhang Jianji to Longzhou, Jinghui to Qiongzhou, Huan Yanfan to Fengzhou, Yuan Shuji to Huanzhou. Li Xian stated his decision on how to deal with Huan Yanfan and the others in one breath. After a brief silence, he added, "The children of these families, as long as they are males over the age of 16, are to be banished to Lingnan. In addition, they are to be recalled." Huan Yanfan and the others had obtained the help of a group of key figures at the right time and the right place. They had successfully accomplished a great feat, but did they really have the ability to devise strategies? Did they really have the ability to match the talents of the prime ministers? Not necessarily. During their time as prime ministers, the 5 prime ministers had not made a single contribution to the national economy and the people's livelihood. After taking control of the court, they had forgotten where their authority came from. In just over a month, they had completely fallen out with the emperor and pushed the emperor to the side of Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang. They had made yet another huge political mistake. Later, they refused to admit their failure and used very clumsy methods to counterattack. In the end, they had completely ruined themselves. The 5 families, including the 82-year-old Zhang Jianji, were driven out of the capital. Under the escort of soldiers, they left Chang'an, their once glorious city, forever. Chang'an regained its peace. The departure of the 5 prime ministers did not cause any commotion. The people continued to live their own lives. The soul-stirring bloodshed in the court was forever just a topic of conversation after a meal. The weather grew hotter day by day. The cicadas sang tirelessly in the trees, making people drowsy. Li Zhongjuan wore a pair of trousers and sat bare-chested on a mat under the shade of a tree, drinking wine with a look of annoyance. Li Chenquang walked over from afar. Li Zhongjuan glanced at him and did not speak. He only fiercely poured down a bowl of wine. Li Chenquang did not show any courtesy. He casually sat down at the table and asked him, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind, Crown Prince?" Li Zhongjuan put down the wine bowl and said hatefully, "That Enlu is getting more and more presumptuous. She did not even take me, the Crown Prince, seriously. Today she humiliated me in public. Not only that, she also said that even if she was the Crown Princess, it would be better than me being the Crown Prince. She did this in front of so many ministers. How outrageous!" As Li Zhongjuan spoke, his hands could not help but tremble. Li Chenquang wanted to say something but stopped. He secretly glanced at him and suddenly sighed heavily. He took a wine bowl and filled it for himself. He drank it down with a depressed face. Li Zhongjuan said, "What, you have something to say?" Li Chenquang gave a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Crown Prince, the situation is really not good." Li Zhongjuan's expression tightened and he hurriedly said, "What do you mean?" Li Chenquang said, "Song Jing was chased out of the capital because he spoke up for Huan Yanfan and the others. He was demoted to become the chief clerk of Bing Province. Li Chaoyin was also demoted to Wenxi County Magistrate for the same reason. Do you know about this?" Li Zhongjuan said in bewilderment, "I know. What about it?" Li Chenquang said, "Right now, the Wei families Wei Jie, Wei Zhua, Wei Bo, Wei Xian, and the others have all been appointed to important positions. Empress Wei's power has expanded greatly and she is colluding with the Wu clan. Who can stop her? Don't forget, Princess Enlu is the Empress' daughter. The Empress' son is already dead. If the Wei family continues to grow, Enlu may become the crown princess." Li Zhongjuan sneered. "Since ancient times, there has never been a crown princess." Li Chenquang interrupted. "Since ancient times, there has never been a female emperor. But this dynasty has one." Li Zhongjuan's expression suddenly changed. Li Chenquang said, "Crown Prince, do you know what happened to Huan Yanfan and the others?" Li Zhongjuan was surprised. "Weren't they exiled to the south?" Li Chenquang said with a bitter smile, "Crown Prince, you shouldn't just keep your eyes on a place as large as the palace. You should also look at the rest of the world. Yes, Huan Yanfan and the others have been exiled to the south, and they can no longer threaten anyone. But do you know what happened to them?" Li Zhongjuan's eyes trembled. "What? Something happened to them?" Li Chenquang took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Jianji was old and weak, and his hatred turned him into an illness. He fell ill as soon as he arrived in New Province and passed away. Zhang Jianji was already 82 years old, and his natural years were almost up. Even though he died of illness, he could be considered to have died of old age. Huan Yanfan, on the other hand, was miserable. King Liang's lackey, Zhou Lizhen, caught up to him while he was being escorted. She had him tied up and dragged along a bamboo pole. The bamboo was as sharp as a knife, and Huan Yanfan's body was covered in cuts and bruises. His flesh was scraped off by the bamboo pole, revealing his ghastly white bones. He was tortured to death. Li Zhongjuan's body trembled, and his heart began to pound. Li Chenquang continued, "Jing Hui was even more miserable. Wu Sanxi sent people to torture him to death. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuji was forced to drink poisonous kudzu vine juice. He felt as if his internal organs were on fire, and he clawed at the soil with his hands. His nails were ground down, and his arms sank deep into the soil. In the end, he actually—" Li Zhongjuan shouted, "Don't say any more." Li Chenquang shut his mouth. After a long time, he sighed softly. "Cutting the weeds and pulling out the root. I am only worried that with His Majesty's favor for Enlu and his obedience to the Empress, once the Wei clan continues to grow, do you think the people of the Wei clan want you to be the emperor, or do they want someone with the blood of the Wei clan to be the emperor? King Liang currently controls half of our court. Do you think he wants his daughter-in-law to be the empress, or do you want it to be you? When that time comes, not only will you lose your imperial throne, I'm afraid your fate will be just like Huan Yanfan, Yuan Shuji, and the others. Enough! Li Zhongjuan roared and stood up. He was panting heavily, his face as pale as paper, and his eyes shone with fear and madness. Li Zhongjuan paced around like a trapped beast for a long time. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and crawled a few steps toward Li Chenquang. He grabbed his hand and begged, "Chenquang, tell me, what should I do now?" Li Chenquang sternly said, "The one who strikes first gains the advantage. Crown Prince, if you want to keep your imperial throne and your life, you must make a decision." Li Zhongjuan immediately slumped to the ground and muttered, What should I decide? The Prince of Xiang has never interacted with me, and I've never been familiar with Aunt Taiping. What should I do?" Li Chenquang said, "The Crown Prince is truly muddle-headed. When Zhang Jianji and the others pulled Emperor Zetian off the throne, what did they have in their hands? The Crown Prince only needs an army that listens to you. You don't need too many. You just need to be able to control the inner palace. Do you think that the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping won't recognize you as emperor once this is done?" Li Zhongjuan looked at Li Chenquang and said in confusion, "An army? Although I am the Crown Prince and have 6 armies under my command, these 6 armies have never been handed over to me. They are currently in the hands of the Empress's cousin, Wei Jie." A strange light flashed through Li Chenquang's eyes. The Crown Prince has so many close friends in the army. Are they all useless? Li Zhongjuan suddenly understood. That's right. They are all officers of the Featherwood Guard. If they can help me. Li Zhongjuan suddenly hesitated. But, for something like losing their heads, would they be willing to die for me? Li Zhongjuan emphasized each word. Once you succeed, you will be the son of heaven, and they will be your subject. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. As long as you bribe them with great benefits, who can resist such an enticement? Chapter 1142. In the summer night, the occasional chirping of cicadas shattered the tranquility of the night. Yang Fan and Dugu Huizhi returned from their night patrol. Although they were wearing light robes and no armor, they were still drenched in sweat. Yang Fan yawned and said to the accompanying guards, "Everyone has worked hard. Go back and take a bath. Rest early. The weather is too stuffy. It won't be easy to fall asleep in a short time." The soldiers dispersed one after another, but Dugu Huizhi moved closer to Yang Fan and said mysteriously, "Great General, please come to this general's tent for a chat." Yang Fan looked at his mysterious expression and curiously followed him into his residence. He saw that the light in the tent was as bright as a bean, and there were 4 side dishes on the table to go with the wine. There was also a pot of wine and 2 wine cups on the side. Yang Fan said as soon as he saw this, "It's already late. Let's rest early." Dugu Huizhi grabbed Yang Fan and said with a smile, "Great General, don't be anxious. Please sit down. This general has something to say." The prohibition of alcohol in the army only began in the Song dynasty. At this time, there was no strict prohibition of alcohol in the army. Moreover, Dugu Huizhi was one of Yang Fan's 5 tiger generals. Yang Fan couldn't refuse him and could only sit opposite him in the tent. Dugu Huizhi poured a cup of wine for Yang Fan and said with a shameless smile, "Great General, this general wants to ask for a leave of absence next month. Just 10 days will do. If this general can rest for half a month, then this general will be even more grateful for your great kindness." Yang Fan said in astonishment, "Why are you asking for a leave? Is there something going on at home?" Dugu Huizhi smiled bashfully and said, "To be honest, this general is getting married next month." A smile also appeared on Yang Fan's face when he heard this. He said, "Good, this is a good thing. If I didn't allow your leave, wouldn't that be too unreasonable? Why didn't Dugu you tell me about this?" Dugu Huizhi said awkwardly, "This general isn't considered a close branch of the Dugu family. This general's marriage won't disturb the clan lord." Yang Fan knew that although Dugu Huizhi was capable and could be considered a general, he wasn't a close descendant of the Dugu family. Dugu Huizhi had no idea about Yang Fan's true identity and relationship with the Dugu family. He had always thought that Yang Fan was only a close friend of the Dugu family lord, Duguyu. Yang Fan was afraid that he would be embarrassed, so he quickly changed the topic and said, "If that's the case, it's really a happy occasion. Where do you plan to hold your wedding? Our brothers in the army should go and join in the fun." Dugu Huizhi said, "My home is in Shanghua, the journey is a little far, I'm afraid my brothers will not be able to make it in time. How about this, when I get married and come back, I'll treat my comrades to a few cups of wine. This general's home is in Shanghua, and it's a bit far. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. General Dugu, I'll borrow your wine and congratulate you in advance." Dugu Huizhi hurriedly filled his own cup and raised it with both hands. He said happily to Yang Fan, "Thank you, General Dugu. Please." Dugu Huizhi hurriedly filled his own cup and raised it with both hands. He said happily to Yang Fan, "Thank you, General Dugu. Please." The Eastern Palace. The Yongchun Gate opened. A group of armed imperial soldiers silently flashed through the gate. The patrolling soldiers of the Jinwu Guards acted as if they didn't see them. Instead, they kept looking around as if worried that others would see them. Li Zhongjuan was a martial man and had been bullied badly by Enlu. Now that he had made up his mind, he was no longer afraid. He was fully armored and stood quietly in front of illustrious Virtue Hall with Li Chengquang, his heart burning with anxiety. "Crown Prince, General Li Duozhua is here." The general of the Right Imperial Guards, Li Sihong, hurried in from the illustrious Virtue Gate and said to Li Zhongjuan in a low voice. In reality, the Eastern Palace was very large. Although it was a quiet night, if he stood there and roared, even if he broke his throat, no one outside of the Eastern Palace would hear him. But tonight, he was in the business of killing people. How could he not be nervous? Li Zhongjun was overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to welcome them. He saw a group of Yulin royal guards flash into the gate of illustrious Virtue and quickly split into two sides. Although it was a quiet night, they were very disciplined and looked like they were well trained. A tall figure quickly walked in. Li Zhongjuan hurried forward and said excitedly, "General Li is loyal to the country. I cannot thank you enough." Li Duozhua quickly returned the greeting and said, "The Crown Prince is the ruler, there is no need to be so courteous to me. Ever since Zhang Jianji and the other 5 meritorious officials died tragically, many of my comrades in the army have been purged. Now, Empress Wei is constantly inserting trusted aides into the army. The world will soon be named Wei. This old official will only be loyal to Li. This hot blood will naturally serve the Crown Prince." Li Zhongjuan grabbed his hand, shook it hard, and said, "All right. Good. Good. I will remember General's loyalty in my heart. Has the loyal General Shachi arrived?" Li Duozhua's son-in-law, Yi Huli, continued, "Before I left, I sent someone to deliver a letter to General Shachi. He should be arriving soon." Li Duozhua was from the Swanee tribe. His son-in-law, Yi Huli, was a Turk. Shachi was from the Shatua tribe. But these people were all generals of the Tang dynasty. Now that the Wei family was constantly inserting trusted aides into the army and ostracizing the old generals, these people had long been dissatisfied. So when Li Zhongjuan recruited them, they resolutely threw their lot in with Li Zhongjuan. Just as the two sides were whispering to each other, another officer hurriedly came to report that the Prince of Qing, Li Qianli, had arrived. This Li Qianli was the son of the Prince of Wu, Li Ku. Li Qianli was just as good at acting as his father. Back when he was in theft, he didn't care about any government affairs. He left everything to the chief clerk sent by Wu Zetian. Every day, he only cared about local specialties and delivered them to Luoyang. Wu Zetian was very fond of him. As a result, when Wu Zetian massacred the members of Li Tang's imperial clan, Li Qianli remained unscathed. When Wu Zetian finally decided to return power to Li Ku, it no longer mattered to keep him far away from the court. She transferred him back to the capital. Li Qianli was a member of Li Tang's imperial clan. But even though Li Tang had restored the country, the ones ruling the world were the Wu clan and the Wei clan. Li Qianli was naturally dissatisfied. In fact, Li Qianli was more interested in the Prince of Xiang. Unfortunately, the Prince of Xiang refused to rebel despite the Emperor's repeated threats. Li Qianli was greatly disappointed. Now that the Crown Prince was recruiting him, the uncle and nephew naturally got along. Li Qianli was currently the left great general. Tonight, it just so happened that his men were responsible for patrolling Chang'an, so Li Duozhua was able to smoothly enter the Eastern Palace without alerting anyone. Not long after these men joined up, Shachi Zhongyi also hurried over with his men. For a moment, the Eastern Palace had a strong army, and Li Zhongjuan's confidence soared. In the middle of the night there was actually someone on the roof of the Great Wild Goose Pagoda. A lantern hung in the corner of the pagoda. The light was soft and dim, so no one had to worry about being seen. Lu Binji sat on the roof, a table in front of him. There was wine and food on the table. Although the summer night was rather hot and stuffy, there was a cool breeze up high. As a result, Lu Binji, dressed in a white robe, sat upright and drank wine, his expression surprisingly relaxed. Sitting next to him was that inseparable blue-robed man. This man was clearly one of Lu Binji's advisors. Alas, Lu Binji had always used him as a messenger, never listening to him make any suggestions. Although Lu Binji was not as arrogant as his older brother, he had always imitated his older brother. In this aspect, the two brothers were exactly the same. Tonight is really a good night. Lu Binji took a sip of wine and said with a face full of smiles, "The night is dark and windy, the best time to kill and set fire." The blue-robed man laughed and said, "Young master, you really have a good plan. Young master, you plan in the dark, and with just a little guidance, the emperor, the empress, the crown prince, and so many nobles, generals, and ministers will move according to your wishes. Young master, you decide their fate. The emperors, generals, and ministers are just little chess pieces in your hands." Lu Binji laughed and said, "Not only do I want to drive them to work for me, but I also want them to be in the game, not knowing that their actions are guided by me. This is the beauty of knowing how to borrow and use power. I like this kind of feeling." The blue-robed man held the pot and filled Lu Binji's cup. Lu Binji raised the cup and looked at the ancient city of Chang'an, where there were only a few lights and the rest was dark. He slowly turned his gaze to the farther part of the ancient city, where the imperial army was stationed outside the palace. Lu Binji raised the wine cup in his hand and leisurely said, "Yang Fan should be beheaded now, right? It's a pity that when he was alive, I had not succeeded in provoking a fierce battle between the obvious and the hidden. But it doesn't matter, I have plenty of time." Chapter 1143. 10,000 Cavalry Camp, Dugu Huiji's sleeping tent. Yang Fan had drunk a couple of cups of wine when his expression suddenly changed. He supported himself with the table and tried to get up, but his body was already limp and powerless. He had just straightened his back when he powerlessly slid back down. He felt his hands and feet go numb and powerless to support his body. Yang Fan looked at Dugu Huiji in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. Dugu Huiji slowly put down his wine cup and gazed at Yang Fan. He said apologetically, "Great General, I'm sorry." Yang Fan barely managed to keep himself from collapsing. The muscles in his throat had also loosened somewhat, so much so that it was difficult for him to speak. "Huiji, what are you doing?" Dugu Huiji said, "Great General, don't worry. The poison in the wine isn't fatal." Yang Fan said with great difficulty, "What are you trying to do? Did Dugu you order you?" His vision began to blur as Dugu Huiji's figure flickered between clear and misty. Dugu Huiji's voice rang in his ears, sometimes near and sometimes far, The clan lord doesn't know what I'm doing. He's always given me orders when necessary. Why would he care what I'm thinking? Yang Fan gradually collapsed and finally lost consciousness. Duguhuaji was still speaking. He's never needed to understand me. Although we share the same surname, he was born high and mighty. As for me, no matter how hard I try, I can only bow my head and listen to his orders. Great General, do you understand this feeling? The curtain was lifted and several knife-wielding soldiers flashed in with extremely nervous expressions. They all heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that Yang Fan had already fainted. One of the captains said in a low voice, "Has Lang General succeeded? It's almost time, we must act immediately." Duguhuaji nodded and stood up. He ordered in a deep voice, "Tie up the Great General." The captain was startled. "Lieutenant Commander, why go through so much trouble? Can't we just chop him down?" Duguhuaji said with a cold expression, "The one we want to rebel against is the Son of Heaven, not the Great General. What's the point of killing him?" The lieutenant hesitated, but, "Didn't General Li Chengquang say that the Grand General must be killed?" Duguhuaji said, "If we succeed, the Great General is nothing to worry about. If we want to kill him, let the Crown Prince do it. If we fail, it's not the Great General's turn to kill me. The Great General has treated me well. Now that I have him under control, why should I let my blade be stained with the Great General's blood?" The captain said, but Duguhuaji suddenly turned his head, his hand on the hilt of his saber, his face full of murderous intent. "Are you listening to me or Li Chengquang?" The lieutenant's expression turned cold as he hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Naturally, I will obey the Lieutenant General's orders." Yang Fan was tied up tightly and his mouth was gagged with a rag. Duguhuaji looked at the commander's seal, found on Yang Fan's body, and put it into his bosom. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The few of them hurriedly walked out of the tent. The candle in the tent was still flickering. There were originally 5 battalions of 1,000 cavalry. After expanding to 10,000 cavalry, it had become an enormous corps. The 5 lieutenant generals under Yang Fan had all been promoted to lieutenant general. Each of them was in charge of a vast camp. Duguhuaji held Yang Fan's commander's seal and hurriedly rushed to his own camp. He immediately began to mobilize the troop. In order not to alarm the other battalions, Duguhuaji did not mobilize all the troops in his own camp. He only mobilized 2 regiments of troops. Each regiment had a lieutenant who was in charge of 2 brigades. Each brigade had a brigade commander who was in charge of 100 men. 2 regiments of troops meant 400 men. In addition to the 100 personal guards directly under him, there were 500 men in total. The only ones who truly knew what was going to happen tonight were a dozen or so of his most trusted imperial bodyguards. Even these officers did not understand the reason for the sudden gathering of troops. 2 lieutenants and 4 brigade commanders hurriedly finished assembling. Fully armed, they entered the tent to pay their respects to Duguhuaji. These 2 lieutenants were called Kai Gufu and Chui Lang. Once he saw Duguhuaji, Chui Lang nervously asked, "Lieutenant General, did something happen to gather the troops at midnight?" Duguhuaji coldly said, "There has been a great change in the imperial court. Following the Great General's orders, our troops are to immediately rush to the Eastern Palace and await the Crown Prince's orders." These lieutenants and brigade marshals had all participated in the Dragon God's coup d'état, and it was because of their contributions in that battle that they were promoted. Now that they heard Duguhuaji's words, their hearts skipped a beat. "Why? Another mutiny?" Kai Gufu cupped his fists and said, "Lieutenant General, do you have the Great General's orders?" Duguhuaji raised his hand and threw Yang Fan's commander's seal into Kai Gufu's arms. Kai Gufu caught the commander's seal and carefully examined it under the light before handing it over to Chui Lang for inspection. The 2 of them looked at the commander's seal and exchanged a look. They respectfully returned the commander's seal to Duguhuaji. Taking a step back, they cupped their fists and said, We will follow the lieutenant general's orders. Duguhuaji's heart was about to jump out of his throat. He secretly let out a sigh of relief and suppressed his nervousness. Pretending to be calm, he put away the commander's seal and shouted in a low voice, "Follow me out of the camp and immediately head to the Eastern Palace." Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan raised his head in anticipation. Finally, Duguhuaji's troops arrived. If Li Zhongjuan wanted to launch a mutiny, the troops at hand could be considered useful. However, he had to wait for Duguhuaji. This was because Duguhuaji was also a core member of the Blood Alliance who participated in the mutiny. If he didn't even send a single soldier, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that something unexpected had happened. The Crown Prince's side would have to quickly adapt. How could he be at ease to launch a mutiny? Seeing Duguhuaji arrive with his troops, Li Zhongjuan was overjoyed. He said, "Generals, the treacherous officials are in charge. The country is in danger. Tonight, let us use the sharp swords in our hands to turn the tide." Li Duozhua said, "Crown Prince, please give your orders." Li Zhongjuan said, "I have thought about it carefully. Great General and I will personally lead the way. We will attack the Liang household and eliminate this treacherous official. My imperial uncle Wang Qiansui will lead the way. We will occupy the palace's various gates and clear the obstacles for us to enter the palace. As long as we kill King Liang, the Wu clan will not be a threat. Once this person is dead, our external aid will be cut off. After we enter the palace, we can act calmly." The people present were all military generals. Many of them were uncouth men who didn't even know how to read. Although they were experienced in charging and breaking through enemy lines on the battlefield, they really didn't have much experience in something as difficult as a coup. Even though Li Duozhua had personally participated in the Dragon God's coup, it was someone else who had formulated the strategy. He was only responsible for carrying it out and didn't understand the overall plan. As a result, when Li Zhongjuan said this, everyone felt that it was very logical. Although Li Chenquang was Lu Bingji's spy, all he could do was intensify the conflict between the Crown Prince and Princess Annel and fan the flames of the Crown Prince's ambitions. He could not interfere too much. Otherwise, Lu Bingji, who had been hiding behind the scenes, would be exposed in front of the stage. Thus, he was only responsible for inducing the Crown Prince to follow their plan and walk the path of rebellion. As for how the Crown Prince would rebel, and who he would ultimately win over, that was not something he could guarantee. Li Chenquang himself was only a military general. Even though he was a successful spy, this was the first time he had participated in something as complicated as a coup. When he heard the Crown Prince's arrangement, he felt that it was very reasonable, so he agreed without any hesitation. The Crown Prince became even more confident when he saw everyone's response. He said, "Imperial Uncle, you, General Shachi, and General Li Sikhong will seize the palace gates in the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. If we can trick the gates, then use them. We can only seize them as a last resort to avoid alerting the inner palace too early." Li Qianli, Shachi, and Li Sikhong cupped their fists and said, "Understood." The Crown Prince unsheathed his sword and said to Li Duozhua, Yahuli, and Duguhuaji, "Generals, please follow me to kill King Liang." The Northern Yamen's Featherwood Guard, 10,000 cavalry, and Golden Guards immediately took action. The 2 captains that Duguhuaji had transferred hurriedly followed the Crown Prince, Li Duozhua, and the others to the Liang Manor in the south of the city. When they thought about the Crown Prince's various arrangements and how they didn't see the great General Yang Fan, the 2 of them couldn't help but feel suspicious. Kai Gu Fu whispered, "Old Chui, why don't I see the great general?" Chui Leng said, "That's right. Also, don't you think it's strange? If the Crown Prince wants to break into the palace, why doesn't he go through the Black Tortoise Gate? If he wants to break into the inner palace from the Eastern Palace, he would have to pass through at least 4 or 5 palace gates. How could the palace not receive news and react accordingly? To give up what's near and seek what's far away, this isn't right. The more Kai Gu Fu thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He quietly grabbed Dugu Huizhi and asked him about it. Dugu Huizhi's expression was calm as he said, "The great general has other important matters to attend to. There is no need for you to ask too much. As for the Black Tortoise Gate, to tell you the truth, Ma Qiao, who is guarding the Black Tortoise Gate tonight, is no longer of the same mind as the great general. Naturally, he can't go through the Black Tortoise Gate directly to the inner palace. Among the 10,000 cavalry generals, the one who was closest to the great general was Ma Qiao, followed by Chu Kuanga. Now that Dugu Huizhi said that Ma Qiao and the great general were at odds, the two captains found it even more strange. But Dugu Huizhi didn't allow them to ask any further. He hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up!" Now that things had come to this point, even if Kai and Shui had a bellyful of questions, they could only put them away and follow the Crown Prince to the Liang Manor. The Crown Prince, sword in hand, gritted his teeth as he rode on the tall horse. He seemed to already see himself chopping off Wu Sanxi's dog head and stabbing that little slut Enlu into a pulp. The more Li Zhongjuan thought about it, the happier he became. He almost immediately began to laugh wildly. In the 10,000 cavalry camp, Yang Fan slowly woke up. He had been drugged with something similar to a knockout drug, and Dugu Huizhi had taken quite a bit of it. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have woken up so quickly. But Dugu Huizhi's men had tied him up too tightly. Before leaving, they had pulled a blanket over his body. On such a hot day, the unconscious Yang Fan was drenched in sweat. The drug's effects had spread, and he had actually woken up ahead of time. Yang Fan had just woken up, so he was still a bit dizzy. His mouth was dry and his tongue was agitated. He gasped for breath for a while, and only then did he realize that he was covered by a blanket. Yang Fan hurriedly struggled, only to find that he was tied up from head to toe. Coils of rope tied him tightly. It was difficult for him to twist his body left and right, let alone get rid of the quilt on his body. Yang Fan wanted to cry out, but he discovered that there was a rag stuffed in his mouth, and it was even tied up with strips of cloth. There was no way he could spit it out. Dugu Huizhi has rebelled. Yang Fan understood. They were just like the disciples of the branch families that had followed him and Yang Fan to break off their relationship with the 7 sects and 5 families. They had a certain amount of power, and had the chance to leap through the Dragon's Gate. Desire and ambition grew, and they would not be willing to forever be under someone else just because of their bloodline. How were the branches and main branches of the noble families established? Wasn't it hundreds or thousands of years ago when the ancestor of this branch became a general and established their undying status in the family? If they could fight for great power, they could do the same after a few generations. Otherwise, they would be like the Bo Ling Chui and the Qin He Chui, and split off to establish their own commandery. Yang Fan grimaced inside. In the past, he had paid too much attention to the court, and Xianzong had almost been in trouble. In this year, he had been working hard to control Xianzong, but who knew that a problem had occurred in the military? There was a limit to one's strength, and this was the fault of being distracted. Yang Fan hadn't finished reflecting when he suddenly thought of something. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no! Wan is on duty in the palace tonight. In the chaos, will she be safe? Chapter 1144. Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan and Great General Li Duozhua were on horseback, leading several hundred Imperial Guard soldiers as they charged towards King Liang's manor. Along the way, they encountered at least 4 patrolling squads of Jin Wu guards, but the Jin Wu guards very tacitly made way for them, not making a single sound. Tonight was King Cheng's night patrol, and that was why they had chosen this night to carry out their mission. Their journey had been extremely smooth. Li Zhongjuan had already sent people to investigate beforehand. Wu Chongxuan and his wife had been staying in King Liang's manor, which saved him the trouble of traveling between King Liang's manor and the princess's estate. This was also one of the reasons why he had chosen to carry out his mission tonight. King Liang's residence faced the street, so there was no need to barge in first. When Li Zhongjuan and the others arrived at King Liang's manor, they immediately had a few soldiers climb over the wall and drag them down with halberds. King Liang's manor had a watchdog, which began to bark as soon as the soldiers entered. However, the gatekeeper of King Liang's manor didn't expect someone to be so daring as to barge into King Liang's manor at night. He rubbed his eyes as he walked out lazily. Before he could even see what was going on, the rebellious Imperial Guard soldiers had already drawn their blades and finished him off. By the time the guards of the mansion on night patrol arrived, the soldiers had already opened the gate and let in a large group of Imperial soldiers. How could these guards be a match for the valiant Imperial Guard soldiers? Moreover, they had rushed into battle, and they were outnumbered. They were quickly slaughtered by the Imperial Guard soldiers. Once they scattered, the rest of the troops didn't bother them either. They only cared about protecting Li Zhongjuan and Li Duozhua as they rushed towards the back of the manor. Ah Lang, something big has happened. A family member who had rushed to King Liang's door and was pounding on the door while shouting frantically didn't even have time to finish speaking before he was stabbed to death by a soldier who rushed in. The door was kicked open, and Li Duozhua rushed in with a dozen or so personal guards in tow. What happened? Wu Sanxi was dressed in white clothes. He hurriedly parted the curtains and poked his head in. He saw Li Duozhua surging with killing intent as soon as he poked his head in. Li Duozhua shouted, "Behead him!" Wu Sanxi cried out, "Oh no!" But before he could duck his head, Li Duozhua's son-in-law, Yi Huli, chopped off his head. Inside the curtain, a young girl with a seductive body in revealing clothes was curled up in the corner of the bed. Seeing a headless corpse in front of her, she was so shocked that she screamed hysterically. However, her screams only lasted for a moment before they abruptly stopped. She was also stabbed to death on the bed by Yi Huli. Li Duozhua lifted Wu Sanxi's head and turned around, shouting, "Kill! Kill everyone in the martial palace, and return to the palace immediately." A massacre began. The soldiers had received orders before they even broke through the gates. Kill everyone, don't leave anyone alive. That was why they began a massacre as soon as they entered King Liang's manor. However, as soon as they entered, they charged towards the rear residence where the Wu clan master and his family resided. As a result, most of the servants in the 2 rooms had ample time to hide or escape through the walls. The martial palace was so large that no one had any time to spare for them. However, Wu Sanxi's family was out of luck. Even though these soldiers saw that King Liang's manor was richly decorated with gold and jade ornaments, so they took quite a few in passing, this didn't stop them from killing. King Liang's Wu Sanxi was killed, and then his sons, wives, and concubines were killed one after another. There were people in the martial palace who knew martial arts as well, but they were unarmed, and these soldiers were in groups of 3 to 5. Even a fierce tiger couldn't stand up to a pack of wolves, let alone these people who had always lived like princes. Even though they knew some martial arts, it was limited. Where is that slut Enlu? Li Zhongjuan's eyes were bloodshot as soon as he entered King Liang's manor. King Liang's manor was extremely large, with many doors and many courtyards. He had no idea where Princess Enlu lived. In his haste, he grabbed a servant to lead the way, and only then did he arrive at Princess Enlu and Wu Chongshuan's residence. Her Highness the Princess lives here. With Li Zhongjuan's sword pressed against that servant's neck, his words were trembling with fear. When Li Zhongjuan saw Princess Enlu's small building, a trace of ferocious hatred flashed through his eyes. He forcefully swiped the sword in his hand, and the servant spun around and fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his throat, and his body twitched violently like a chicken with its throat cut. However, he couldn't scream anymore. Li Zhongjuan leaped up the stairs and kicked the door heavily. Li Zhongjuan loved martial arts, and his martial arts were quite good. With this kick, the door split in 2. Li Zhongjuan immediately rushed in with his sword in hand, shouting, "Slut and Lo, hand over your life." Li Zhongjuan was the flag of the coup. If anything happened to him, it would be a huge problem. No one would dare to let anything happen to him. When Dugu Huizhi saw this, he immediately chased after Li Zhongjuan and circled around the screen. The princess' bedroom was very gorgeous, there was a lamp burning on the table, the light was already bright, and the soldiers were also holding torches, so the room was brightly illuminated. Dugu Huizhi rushed over first. He lifted the curtains and used his knife to lift the quilt, and was shocked to find that there was no one under the quilt. Li Zhongjuan walked over and touched the bed. His eyes immediately widened and he sternly shouted, "It's still warm. It couldn't have gone far. Search." Gao Chu led a few soldiers holding halberds and walked towards the commander's tent with torches. Gao Chu was now the Zhaowu commandant under the command of 10,000 cavalry battalions champion general, Yang Fan. Tonight, he was the one leading the patrol. Although it was a period of peace, this was under the rule of the emperor. Yang Fan had always been strict with the army and often personally patrolled the entire camp. Under his example, none of the generals in the camp dared to neglect their patrol duty. Dragon God! Resurgence! The password matched. The two soldiers standing guard in front of the commander's tent immediately put away their spears. They didn't have any lanterns. In the silent night, almost no one could see them. However, Gao Chu and the others had come with torches, so after walking for a short distance, they could see Gao Chu's appearance clearly. One of the soldiers on duty immediately smiled and greeted him. "You've worked hard, Commandant Gao." Gao Chu shushed him and said, "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the general's rest." The soldier smiled and said, "They just put on a big show this afternoon. If there's thunder now, I'm afraid the generals might not wake up." Gao Chu laughed and scolded him. He walked closer and saw his appearance. He said in surprise, "Qianyue, it's you. Why are you guarding the gate?" Xiao Qianyue hurriedly said, "I changed my name a long time ago. Now I'm called Xiao Yuka. The soldier on duty tonight isn't feeling well, so I'm taking his place." Gao Chu said, "Isn't it because the great general always calls you Qianyue Qianyue? I'm used to it." Gao Chu stopped and looked him up and down. He said with a smile, "Not bad. You love your soldiers like your children. As a general, you're actually taking your subordinate's place. Not bad." Xiao Qianyue laughed dryly and said bashfully, "That person is my brother-in-law." When he said this, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Before they could finish laughing, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "What's that?" As he said this, he pulled out the saber at his waist. Gao Chu and the others were startled and immediately looked in the direction he was looking at. They also raised their weapons warily. Gao Chu took a closer look and said doubtfully, "What's that? You brat, don't be so surprised. Are you seeing things?" At this point, Gao Chu Gang suddenly exclaimed. He saw something on the ground suddenly move, and with this movement it sprang forward a distance. Its movement was a little like an inchworm, but looking at it, it was at least a few hundred times bigger than an inchworm. Gao Chu pulled out his saber and raised his arm. The people he brought and Xiao Yuka immediately spread out in a battle formation. Gao Chu shouted, "Who is it? If you don't answer, I'm going to make my move." The black shadow moved again, but this time it only bounced on the spot and didn't move forward. Gao Chu pointed his saber forward and cautiously approached step by step. There was a soldier on each side of him, holding a saber in one hand and a lantern in the other. These two soldiers were surrounded by soldiers with spears pointing their spears forward to protect them. When they approached step by step and the lantern in their hands could finally illuminate that strange thing, Gao Chu, Xiao Yuka, and the others were dumbfounded. The thing on the ground was not some monster, but their Great General Yang, who had been tied up so straight that he looked like a stick. When Yang Fan woke up, he suddenly recalled that Wan was still in the palace and immediately became anxious. He didn't know who had ordered Duguhuaji to drug him and steal his commander's seal, but presumably, only a few people had the right to rebel. The Prince of Xiang and Taiping, the Prince of Liang Wusansi, and the Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan. Among them, probably only the Prince of Xiang's lineage would treat one or more politely if they rebelled, but in the chaos of the army, unless they personally took care of her, no one could guarantee that Wan would not be late. Yang Fan wanted nothing more than to sprout wings and fly to the palace, but his body was tightly bound. Even if he wanted to roll, he couldn't use the corresponding muscles to generate strength. Yang Fan couldn't move, couldn't shout, and was both angry and anxious. Helpless, he tried to use his 48 tremors technique to loosen the ropes a little. Fortunately, this technique relied on the coordination of internal energy. His muscles trembled at an extremely high frequency, but he didn't need to use too much of his muscles. This was also why it was difficult for others to sense him unless they were very close to him. Like an inchworm, he was actually able to bend and stretch his body. Thus, Yang Fan wiggled his way out of the blanket, struggled his way out of the tent, and slowly made his way out. After attracting the attention of the guards, Yang Fan no longer dared to move. Although these people didn't have crossbows in their hands and wouldn't go as far as to shoot a few arrows to see what he was, he wouldn't be able to take it if some rash person jumped up and stabbed him first. Gao Chu stared at Yang Fan, his eyes about to fall out of their sockets. He stammered, Great General, what are you doing? Yang Fan was furious. What sort of nonsense is this? But he couldn't say anything. He could only fiercely glare at Gao Chu, his forehead beaded with sweat. Gao Chu finally reacted and hurriedly rushed forward to untie him. Chapter 1145. It's here, I've found it. A group of wolf-like soldiers were rummaging through Princess Anli's bedroom. Behind the curtain, a soldier suddenly cried out in pleasant surprise. Li Zhongjuan immediately rushed over excitedly and saw Wu Chongshuan wearing undergarments, crouching and shivering behind the toilet bowl. His hands were still holding up the toilet lid as if he wanted to use it as a shield. Seeing Li Zhongjuan, Wu Chongshuan immediately threw down his shield and knelt on the ground to beg, Crown Prince, spare me." When the sounds of fighting started, Wu Chongshuan was startled awake. Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, Wu Chongshuan knew that something was wrong and immediately hid in a panic. But at the time, he didn't know who was causing trouble. When Li Zhongjuan brought people into his room and heard Li Zhongjuan's voice, he knew that a disaster was imminent. Normally, when Enlu humiliated the crown prince, how could he not help the evildoer? But even if there was a sliver of hope, he wouldn't let it go. Therefore, he knelt on the ground and begged. Li Zhongjuan saw the usually arrogant Wu Chongshuan kneeling and shivering at his feet, and felt pleased. But when he didn't see Enlu, he was greatly disappointed. Li Zhongjuan raised his blood-stained sword and pointed it at Wu Chongshuan, shouting, "Where is that slut Enlu?" Wu Chongshuan trembled as he said, Enlu is staying in the palace tonight, not here." What? Li Zhongjuan was greatly disappointed. But thinking about it, when he killed his way into the palace, he could still take that slut's dog life. He didn't think any more and suddenly raised his sword. Seeing this, Wu Chongshuan quickly kowtowed and begged, "Crown Prince, spare me, Crown Prince, spare me, Chongshuan is your brother-in-law." Li Zhongjuan laughed wildly and said in a mocking tone, "Now that things have come to this, you only remember that he is Gu's brother-in-law?" No, Wu Chongshuan's eyes widened in fear. He saw a blood-red flash, and then the world spun. He saw that his body was still kneeling on the ground, and everything around him was rapidly spinning. Then with a plop, he fell into the toilet bowl. So smelly, this was the last trace of Wu Chongshuan's consciousness in this world. Li Zhongjuan originally wanted to take his head to the palace, but seeing the head fall into the toilet, Li Zhongjuan immediately covered his nose in disgust and took a few steps back. He ordered a soldier, "Pick up his head, let's go." The soldier plunged his spear into the toilet bowl and pierced Wu Chongshuan's head. Dripping with urine, he dragged Wu Chongshuan's head out and rubbed it against the couch. Then he followed Li Zhongjuan and strode out. Gao Chu hurriedly untied Yang Fan's rope. Yang Fan leaped up and shouted sternly, "Beat the drums and gather the generals!" After a while, the war drums rumbled. The well-trained generals quickly gathered in the commander's tent. Although Yang Fan had a high status, he was never afraid to put himself in danger. If he could solve the problem by rushing to the imperial palace alone, he would have already taken his horse and rushed to the Black Tortoise Gate the moment he was released. But this kind of matter could not be solved by relying on the martial bravery of the Jianghu people. Up until now, he still did not know who was rebelling tonight and how many people were involved. Moreover, to single-handedly charge into the imperial palace and search for a person he wanted to save in such a large area and among the countless buildings was really an impossible task. Li Zhongjuan did what he thought of. It really lived up to the saying, "A random punch can kill an old master." The situation was so sudden that there was not the slightest clue. No power had noticed it. Yang Fan wanted to beat the drums and gather the generals, but he also wanted to know how many of his subordinates were involved. In a flash, the commander's tent was filled with generals. Seeing Yang Fan standing at the head of the table with a murderous look on his face, although the generals were surprised, they did not dare to ask anything. When the drums were beaten and the generals were all present, Yang Fan called the roll call. He found that other than Ma Qiao's troops who were on duty at the Black Tortoise Gate tonight, only Dugu Huizhi, Kai Gu's residents, and Chui Lang were not present. Yang Fan made up his mind and immediately issued a military order. He ordered Huang Xuchang, Lu Maofeng, and the others to lead their troops to the streets and control the Gate of Sky influence of the Taiji Palace and Chongming Gate of the Eastern Palace. He then ordered Chu Kuanga's troops and himself to reinforce the Black Tortoise Gate. Su Liang's troops would control the West Inner Garden to ensure a path of retreat. Su Liang was a military major and was Yang Fan's assistant. When he heard Yang Fan's arrangement, Su Liang frowned. He stepped out and asked, "Great General, what happened? We are still confused. Please tell us." Although Yang Fan was extremely worried, he knew that if he did not reveal any information, the generals would not know what to do. When they arrived at the location, they would not know what to do if something happened. Yang Fan could only briefly explain the situation to them. However, his knowledge was also very limited. He only knew that there were people who wanted to rebel, but he did not know the specific. When Su Liang heard this, he objected, "Great General, we do not know who is the one who wants to rebel and which troops are involved. Once we kill our way to the Gate of Sky Influence and Chongming Gate, we will encounter other troops. How will we know if they are rebels or troops sent to rescue the Emperor? How will the other troops know where we stand? What should we do then? Once we start fighting, and the other party is the troops sent to rescue the Emperor, who can vouch for the Great General and prove that the Great General is loyal to the Emperor. At that time, we will be labeled as rebels." Yang Fan suddenly came to a realization. His concern had really made him confused. Right now, he only wanted to quickly control the palace and control everything in his hands. However, with the current chaotic situation, if he were to act rashly, it would only make the situation even more chaotic. Once his troops were sent out, he would not be able to contact them in time. At that time, it would not help the situation and he would not be able to defend himself. Yang Fan paced back and forth anxiously in the tent for a moment before changing his mind. "General Chu Kuanga will lead all the troops to reinforce the Gate of Black Tortoise with me. General Su Liang will suppress the central troops, and all the troops will not unsaddle or take off their armor. Gao Chu will be in charge of communication. Once I understand the situation, Gao Chu will immediately pass down the order. All troops must not slack off, and those who disobey will be executed." When Su Liang heard this arrangement, He felt that it was appropriate and immediately returned to the formation. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, "This general obeys the order." In a short moment, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga led over 1,000 soldiers out of the gate like a gust of wind. Like a sword, they pierced through the west inner court and charged towards the gate of Black Tortoise. After Li Zhongjuan led his troops to kill Wu Sanxi's family, he immediately turned his horse around and charged towards the palace. At this time, Prince Qing, Li Qianli, had already started the battle to seize the gate. To enter the inner court, the fastest and most direct way was to go through the gate of Black Tortoise. The gate of Black Tortoise was to the north of the palace. The palace faced the south and its back was to the north, so once one opened the gate of Black Tortoise, they would directly enter the territory of the palace. However, the general guarding the gate of Black Tortoise was Ma Qiao, and they could not bribe him. Therefore, they could only give up the easy and take the difficult route of attack. They entered the Taiji Palace from the East Palace through the gate of Tongshuan. Although this way they bypassed the main gate of Taiji, there were still 3 gates on the way: the Taiji Gate, the Yin and Yang Gate, and the Sweet Du Gate. If the 10,000 cavalry was still like before, with 5 Lang generals taking turns to guard the gate of Black Tortoise, they could completely wait for Duguizhi to guard the gate of Black Tortoise and then pass on a fake order from General Yang Fan, leading the gate of Black Tortoise to join the rebellion. However, after the Dragon God's coup, the 1,000 cavalry expanded to 10,000 cavalry, expanding the army by 10 times. The 5 Lang generals were promoted to middle Lang generals, each with their own duties, and the division of labor was even more detailed. Now, the ones guarding the gate of Black Tortoise were Chu Kuanga's troops and Ma Qiao's troops taking turns to guard the gate of Black Tortoise. The other troops were no longer responsible for guarding the gate of Black Tortoise, but instead acted as a mobile force just in case. It was impossible for Duguizhi to guard the gate of Black Tortoise anymore, so they did not even dare to think about opening the gate of Black Tortoise. Prince Qing, Li Qianli, was now the great general of the left. He, Shatsa, Zhongyi, and Li Siquang first pretended to open the gate of Taichi, then immediately rushed to the Yin and Yang Gate. When they arrived at the Yin and Yang Gate, Li Qianli used the same old trick to trick the gate of Black Tortoise. Li Qianli was Prince Qing, a member of the royal family, and the cousin of the current emperor. Old General Zhongyi, Shatsa, was even more famous in the army. Not only did these 2 people have high positions of power, but they were also extremely famous. Li Siquang, on the other hand, was the right general of the Imperial Guards, the most trusted general of the emperor. These 3 people represented the royal family, the military ministers, and the emperor's Imperial Guards. This combination was too deceptive. They all said that there was a treacherous court official who started a rebellion, and that they were ordered to enter the palace to rescue the emperor. They also had a fake edict in their hands, so it was not easy for the general on top of the city wall to distinguish the truth from the lies. Especially when the general on top of the city wall was Shatsa's old subordinate. When he heard that it was old General Zhongyi who called, although he did not dare to believe it, he did not dare to rashly refuse. He hesitantly asked Shatsa to go up the city wall and explain what had happened. Once Shatsa was hung up on top of the city wall, he immediately seized him when he was unprepared and forced him to order the opening of the city gate. The Yin and Yang Gate was once again lost without bloodshed. However, when they broke into the gate of Sweet Du, it was impossible to repeat the same trick. This was because behind the gate of Sweet Du was the Hall of Sweet Du, and the person on duty was none other than Shanghai Wan. The distribution of the guards in Taiji Palace was like this. There were 3 gates from the main gate: Gate of Sky-bearing, Gate of Yong'an, and Gate of Chang'e. Gate of Sky-bearing was guarded by the left and right guards, while Gate of Yong'an and Gate of Chang'e were guarded by the left and right guards. However, the rebel army sneaked in through the gate that led to Taiji Palace, so they bypassed the 3 gates in front of them. From Gate of Sky-bearing to Gate of Taiji, there was another gate that looked like a barbican, called the Gate of Virtue. This gate was guarded by the left and right guards, who were known as the Gate Guard. After Gate of Virtue, the Gate of Taiji was guarded by the left and right guards. The Yin and Yang Gate behind Gate of Taiji was guarded by the left and right 1,000 oxen guards. There were a total of 5 groups of people guarding this gate. Each group had 50 people, so the 5 groups had a total of 250 soldiers. They were known as the 5 battalions of the Yamen. Although there weren't many of them, relying on the high walls and the fact that they were inside the imperial palace, these guards were more than enough to guard one gate. This was the last gate guarded by the imperial army. Further in was the Gate of Sweet Dew, and past the Gate of Sweet Dew was the inner court. The inner court was the world of the imperial concubines and palace maids, so this place couldn't be guarded by soldiers. Therefore, the people guarding this gate were strong and well-trained eunuchs. Behind this gate was the Hall of Sweet Dew, and the person guarding the Hall of Sweet Dew was Shanghai Wan'er. Li Qianli's status as Prince Qing couldn't scare this Minister of the Interior, and Xia Zha's illustrious reputation in the army couldn't suppress this Shangguan lady. The eunuchs guarding the Gate of Sweet Dew wouldn't by Li Sihong, this general of the Imperial Guard. Therefore, if they wanted to seize the Gate of Sweet Dew, they could only attack by force. Fortunately, they didn't draw any blood and didn't alarm the eunuch guards at the Gate of Sweet Dew. Furthermore, the Gate of Sweet Dew was the last gate to enter the inner court. Starting from Gate of Sky-bearing, every gate was smaller than the one outside. The number of guards also decreased gradually. The Gate of Sweet Dew wasn't so tall and heavy that it couldn't be climbed, and the number of eunuchs guarding it wasn't many. Under Li Qianli's command, the imperial army soldiers took out the flying claws they had prepared and threw them at the top of the wall. Chapter 1146. Outside the Sweet Dew Gate, there were 4 or 5 gates guarded by imperial guards of different systems. Outside the palace, there were also Jin Wu guards patrolling throughout the night. The eunuchs at the Sweet Dew Gate would never have thought that an army would be able to quietly kill their way into the Sweet Dew Gate, so the security at the gate was very lax. It was a sleepless summer night. Old Eunuch Mu led 2 young eunuchs to spread out a mat in the city gate tower. They lay on it and waved their palm leaf fans as they chatted. When the claws were thrown up to the city walls, there was a faint, ding-ding sound. Old Eunuch Mu heard it and ordered, "Stool, go take a look and see what's going on." The stool said, "Hubby, what could possibly happen in this place?" Old Eunuch Mu stared at him and said, "What, you're not listening to me? If I tell you to go, then go. Or do you want me to go take a look?" Stool kicked the eunuch next to him and said, "Table, you go." Table's rank seemed to be lower than Stool's. He stood up unwillingly and walked out, muttering to himself. Old Eunuch Mu laughed, "You guys, it's the big lazy supporting the small lazy. The small lazy can only stare." Table put on his shoes and walked out of the city gate tower. He looked around and didn't see anything. He yawned and was about to go back when he suddenly saw a head appear on the city walls. Table was startled. Following that, he saw a group of people appear on the city walls. Table shivered and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Something's wrong. Someone is breaking into the palace." The imperial guards who climbed up the city walls saw that they had been discovered and immediately sped up. A few imperial guards with sharp blades in their mouths jumped over the city walls and pounced at Table. Just as Table's front foot stepped into the city gate tower, he was slashed by a knife from behind. The poor fellow who had already lost his small head had his large head separated from his body. "Who is it? Kill." Stool was barefooted. He waved his knife and rushed over. Kung, after a few exchanges, he was slashed to the ground by 2 imperial guards. At this time, old Eunuch Mu had already climbed up to the 2nd floor in a panic. He pulled the bell rope and rang the alarm bell. The eunuchs who were guarding the city wall immediately rushed out of their dormitories, their clothes in disarray. Sounds of killing could be heard from the Sweet Dew Gate. Hearing the alarm, Wan'er immediately put on her clothes and got out of bed. Although her movements were quick, she was not flustered at all. Seeing that Wanner was calm, the maids around her also calmed down. One by one, the lanterns lit up. Wanner stepped out of the palace. Looking at the Gate of Dew, she asked in a low voice, "What happened?" A moment later, a eunuch with one hand clutching his arm and half of his robe dyed red with blood staggered in. He shouted, "Zhao Rong, it's not good. There's a rebel army charging into the city." Wanner's face turned cold. She asked in a harsh voice, "Who are you? How many of them?" She didn't ask if the Gate of Sweet Dew could be defended. Seeing this eunuch with a knife wound, she knew that the rebel army had already reached the city walls. The eunuch scowled miserably and said, "This servant does not know the identity of the newcomers. Their numbers far exceed the guards at the gate." As soon as Wanner heard this, she immediately ordered, "Hold them off. I'm going to see the king." "Here." The eunuch agreed, turned around, and ran away. Wanner glanced at the palace maids, who looked shocked but did not panic. She said, "Let's go to the Son of Heaven's bedroom." Wanner moved lightly and hurriedly walked less than 100 steps. She suddenly remembered something. She turned her head and said to a palace maid with a lantern beside her, "Go, bring Princess Enlu to the Emperor's bedroom." Tonight, Enlu was staying in the palace, and it was the residence that Shangguan Wan'er had arranged for her. She suddenly remembered and naturally had to order people to protect her. If anything happened to the princess, she would not be able to escape the blame. The palace maid did not dare to tarry and hurriedly ran to Princess Enli's bedroom. The inner courtyard of the inner palace was not small. The fighting at the Gate of Sweet Dew could not reach the emperor's bedroom. As Wanner walked, she ordered people to summon all the eunuchs and find suitable people to rush to the Gate of Sweet Dew to help. Although these people could not be a match for the rebel army, the longer they could delay them, the more chances they had. Li Xian was woken up from his dream. In a moment, the Empress and Empress Wei also hurried over. The Emperor and Empress were wearing undergarments and blankets. Their hair was disheveled and they looked abnormally wretched. It was Wan'er who was neatly dressed. The female officials behind her were still holding the imperial seal. They appeared panicked but not disorderly. "Wan'er, what has happened?" Li Xian and his wife hurriedly asked Shanghai Wan'er. Their faces were full of fear. What happened on the day of the Divine Dragon coup was not very far in the past for them. That time they were rebels. They had worried all night about the consequences of what would happen if they failed. Now that they had become the masters of the royal palace, they had to worry about the rebel army succeeding. Wan'er calmly said, "Saint, there has been a rebellion in the palace. The rebel army has already attacked the Gate of Sweet Dew and will arrive soon." Hearing this, Empress Wei's beautiful face immediately paled. How could it be? Who are the rebel army? How could they silently attack the Gate of Sweet Dew? Wan'er said, "Saint Empress, now is not the time to investigate this. There is not a single soldier in the inner court. Just relying on the palace maids and eunuchs will not be able to stop the rebel army. Once they charge in, then the general situation will be gone. We must find a safe place to protect the saint and empress." At this time, Li Xian regretted greatly. After he ascended to the throne, he dismissed all the female guards. The new internal guards were all men, so they did not stay in the palace. At this time, he realized that the seemingly impregnable palace was not safe. It was better to have a few more armed guards by his side. He ran around in circles and said helplessly, "Shangguan Zhao's words are reasonable, but where is safe?" Shanghai Wan'er said, "Saint, why don't we go to the Gate of Black Tortoise? The Gate of Black Tortoise is impregnable, and there are imperial guards loyal to His Majesty guarding it. If the saint temporarily hides at the Gate of Black Tortoise, he will definitely be able to avoid the attack." Li Xian's teeth chattered. He fearfully asked, "The guards at the Gate of Black Tortoise, did they not participate in the rebellion?" Wan Er calmly said, Saint, if the guards at the gate of Black Tortoise also rebelled, why would the rebel army need to attack the gate of Sweet Dew? They would have long since marched in through the gate of Black Tortoise. Li Huang suddenly understood. That's right. Then, wife, let's go quickly. Li Xian and Empress Wei hurriedly fled the bedroom. Shanghai Wan Er walked as she looked back. Empress Wei panicked. Wan Er, has the rebel army caught up? Wan Er shook her head. It's not the rebel army. Wan Er sent someone to warn Her Highness and Lu, but I don't know why Her Highness and Lu still hasn't caught up. Only now did Li Xian remember and Lu. He suddenly stopped and stamped his feet. That's right, how could we forget Enlu? What should we do, what should we do? Empress Wei gritted her teeth. Pulling Li Xian up, she said, Your Majesty's life concerns the world. There cannot be any mishaps. Quickly go to the gate of Black Tortoise. Just send someone to inform Enlu. Empress Wei shouted to a senior eunuch at her side. You, quickly find the princess and tell her to come to the gate of Black Tortoise to temporarily hide. The senior eunuch didn't dare to disobey. He could only brace himself and run. Li Xian ran all the way to the gate of Black Tortoise. He was so tired that he couldn't catch his breath. At this time, he saw a group of people hurrying over from another imperial road. In front of them, there were people carrying lanterns. Li Xian turned pale with fright. Not good. The rebel army is here. Finishing, he turned and ran. Shangguan Wan Er grabbed him. Narrowing her eyes, she looked into the distance. She slowly said, Saint, don't be alarmed. The people coming shouldn't be the rebel army. As expected, the group of people ran closer and closer. The ones holding the lanterns were two palace maids in colorful robes. If it was the rebel army, how could the palace maids hold the lanterns? Li Xian understood this logic and immediately calmed down. The group of people hurried over. The one they were escorting was actually Princess Enlu. After Princess Enlu was summoned by the people Wan Er sent, she heard that the rebel army was attacking the gate of Sweet Dew. She immediately ran out of the palace and toward the gate of Black Tortoise. Her mind worked very quickly. When she heard that the rebel army was attacking from the gate of Sweet Dew, she knew that the guards at the gate of Black Tortoise were definitely not a problem. However, at that time, she had only cared about her own life. She had thrown her own father and mother beyond the 9 heavens. Now that she had run into them, Enlu couldn't help feeling awkward. Her mind turned quickly. She hurriedly threw herself forward. With concern and joy she said, Father, Mother, thank the heavens and earth. You have finally arrived. Quick, let's go up the city walls. Why isn't the person daughter sent to deliver the letter to you here? Li Xian asked in shock. What messenger? Enlu said, Since the rebel army is attacking from the gate of Sweet Dew, then the gate of Black Tortoise must be safe. Daughter specially sent someone to tell father and mother to come here to temporarily hide. Our family is gathering here. What? Didn't you come because you received the message from the person daughter sent? Li Xian did not doubt his daughter's words. Although Empress Wei was smart, in her panic, she didn't know if her daughter's words were true or false. Thinking about how her daughter had sent someone to tell her to hide, but she didn't care about her daughter's life or death, Empress Wei felt ashamed. Afraid that Li Xian would slip up, she quickly interrupted. The situation is urgent. Don't say more. Let's go up the walls first. The guards at the top of the walls had already discovered the chaos below the walls. They had also heard the warning bell from the gate of Sweet Dew. The walls were heavily guarded. Ma Qiao was fully armored, his hand holding a steel knife. He alertly rushed to the entrance of the troop transport road. He shouted down the walls, Who is below the walls? Stop immediately! Wan Er hurriedly motioned for Li Xian and Empress Wei to stop. She shouted up the walls, Is it General Ma on duty tonight? Ma Qiao recognized Wan Er's voice and exclaimed, It is me. Is the one below the walls Shangguan Zhaorong? Wan Er took a lantern from a palace maid and raised it to look at her appearance. She also looked at the emperor and empress beside her. In a loud voice, she said to Ma Qiao, "Rebel soldiers have broken into the inner court. Wan has escorted the emperor, empress, and Prince Enlu here. General Ma, please escort them." Ma Qiao jumped in fright and thought, "Why is there another rebel? Who is it? In any case, it's not one of us. If Erlang rebelled, he would definitely know about me. Also, he wouldn't let Miss Wan be in danger." But he had been in the army for many years and his mind was much more alert. Just now, he had seen Wan appearance clearly. It was probably because he had heard Wan voice first and had a preconceived impression of her. But the emperor and empress hair was disheveled. He was worried that someone wanted to break into the gate and kidnap Shanghai Wan then have someone pretend to be the emperor and empress. Ma Qiao cautiously said, "Would Shangguan Zhaorong accompany His Majesty, Empress, and Princess Enlu up the walls first so that this general can identify them?" Only 4 people came up, and 2 of them were women. Even if they really were rebel soldiers in disguise, Ma Qiao didn't believe they could overturn the heavens, so he had made this request. Hearing this, Wan immediately ordered everyone to stop. She alone led Li Xian, Empress Wei, and Princess Enlu up the gate tower. Li Xian's body was already exhausted from running all the way up. When he climbed up the gate tower, he could only breathe heavily and couldn't say a word. Although Ma Qiao was guarding the Xuanwu gate and was very close to the emperor and empress, he wasn't familiar with the emperor and empress. It wasn't so easy to see the emperor and empress, but he knew Princess Enlu. Now that he saw that the Duke of Enlu was indeed here, and that Wan had already climbed up the gate tower without anyone holding her hostage, there was no doubt about the identity of these people. Ma Qiao immediately crossed his arms and bowed to the emperor and empress, saying, "Subject Ma Qiao has come late to protect your majesty. Please forgive me, saints." Empress Wei climbed up the gate tower and her heart was at ease. At this time, she was already in a state of panic. She didn't feel that Ma Qiao's cautiousness was disrespectful. On the contrary, she felt that the more careful he was, the safer he would be. She was just about to say a few words of comfort when she saw 2 rows of torches rolling in from the 2 imperial roads like fire dragons. Chapter 1147. Ma Qiao saw 2 groups of people galloping over in the distance. It was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, so he hurriedly called out to the people below the city walls. "Everyone, quickly ascend the city walls." Hearing this, the palace maids and eunuchs felt as if they had been granted amnesty and immediately scrambled to be the first to ascend the Black Tortoise Gate. Seeing that there were only a few palace maids and eunuchs left, one of the 2 groups of people had already rushed to the Black Tortoise Gate. This group of people was the Yulin army that had followed the crown prince in rebellion. Their commander was the son-in-law of the Yulin army Grand General Li Duozhua Yi Huli. After breaking through the Sweet Dew Gate, they didn't dare to be negligent and immediately killed their way to the rear palace. Learning that the Son of Heaven had heard the news and fled, they split up into several groups to search. Among them, Yi Huli's group learned from the eunuchs and palace maids that the emperor might have fled to the Black Tortoise Gate, so they chased after him without stopping. Seeing many palace maids and eunuchs wailing and shouting for their parents as they ran to the Black Tortoise Gate tower, Yi Huli was afraid that once they reached the tower, the people above would close the transportation channel. He immediately took a few steps and caught up to the last few people left behind. The knife in his hand flashed with a cold light, and a palace maid and a eunuch screamed as they fell under his knife. At this time, a tall eunuch suddenly bent his body and leaped, landing in front of him with a whoosh. This leap actually covered about 1 zhang, his speed like a falcon swooping down on its prey. Yi Huli jumped in fright. The saber in his hand danced in such a way that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The clanging sounds were like beans being fried without end. Yi Huli and the tall eunuch each wielded a saber. The 2 sabers transformed into 2 balls of light and shadow. As one advanced and one retreated, the imposing manner was extremely terrifying. The Featherwood guards who had caught up were all dumbstruck. This eunuch was called Yang Xishuan, and he was originally a member of the Inner Guards. When Li Xian reorganized the Inner Guards, all the original personnel were removed, so he became an ordinary middle-ranking official. However, he still held the position of a department in the 24 divisions, a major eunuch. This person's martial arts were extremely outstanding. Seeing the pursuing troops close in, if they caught up to the Black Tortoise Gate, the consequences would be unthinkable. Yang Xishuan decisively charged forward. Yi Huli was a battle general who excelled in both horsemanship and archery, but his combat skills were far inferior to Yang Xishuan's. Besides, he hadn't expected that a spineless man could be so ferocious. As a result, he was caught unprepared by Yang Xishuan's attack. Yi Huli hastily retreated 3 steps, Yang Xishuan hastily advanced 3 steps, all along they were beating him down. The two of them, one advancing and one retreating, as they moved around, the 2 sabers had already hacked and hacked dozens of times. The edge of the sabers had already chipped one after another. Suddenly, a streak of blood splashed out. Yang Sisu quickly retreated. With one hand holding the saber, the other lifting the lapel of his robe, his feet moved like a windmill, like a gust of wind, he escaped to the Black Tortoise Gate. As soon as the Featherwood guards looked, they saw Yahuli raise a saw-like steel saber, his eyes bulging in anger. A slanted wound swiftly spread across his chest, dyeing his entire chest red. Yahuli gave a loud cry and spat out a mouthful of bloody mist. He fell stiffly on his back. The Featherwood guards were horrified. Only now did they realize that their general had been killed by the eunuch. Borrowing the torches below the city walls, Li Xian, Empress Wei, Anlu, Ma Qiao, and the others who were watching the battle from the top of the city walls saw with their own eyes this incomparably mighty and powerful scene of a general beheading the enemy. For a moment, their hearts were filled with fascination. Ma Qiao even used his palm to vigorously slap the wall, excitedly praising, "Good martial arts, good skills." These Featherwood guards couldn't help but be alarmed and angry at the death of their leader. One of the brigade commanders raised his saber and pointed it at the Black Tortoise Gate, shouting madly, "Kill them!" Ma Qiao sneered and said, "Release the broken stone." There were already people waiting by the stone gate. At this time, the last palace maid also fled up the Black Tortoise Gate. Under Ma Qiao's order, a stone gate fell with a rumble, firmly blocking the pursuers below the city walls. At this time, the troops hurrying over from the other imperial road also rushed to the Black Tortoise Gate. They had about 300 to 500 officers and soldiers, and the one leading them was the general of the right Featherwood Guards, Lu Jingren. The left and right Featherwood Guards had originally been under the control of Wu Yi and Li Duozhua. After the Divine Dragon coup, Wu Yi had been stripped of his military power, and the composition of the right Featherwood Guards had become complicated. There were people planted by Empress Wei, people planted by Wu Sanxi, people directly planted by Li Xian, and also people originally under Wu Yi's command. However, because they did not clearly support Wu Zetian, they had not yet been purged. Lu Jingren's troops had originally been stationed at Yeting Palace to the right of Taiji Palace. After hearing the warning from the Gate of Sweet Dew, they had rushed over to rescue the emperor. They had learned from the palace maids and eunuchs that the princess had fled to the Black Tortoise Gate. They guessed that the princess was definitely with the emperor and empress, so they had rushed over. The origin of the rebels tonight was too complicated. Other than the main generals who had participated in the rebellion, the grassroots generals and the soldiers below them did not know which troops had participated in the rebellion. When they saw Lu Jingren arrive with his troops, they immediately gathered their troops and went on guard, wanting to determine the position and identity of the newcomers. The rebel army did not know who was on their side, and Lu Jingren, who had rushed over to rescue the emperor, was even more confused. He had rushed over from Yeting Palace and did not even know who was leading the rebellion tonight. Just now, he had not clearly seen the great battle in front of the transportation road, so he naturally had no way of distinguishing friend from foe. As a result, Lu Jingren also hurriedly gathered his troops and went on guard against Yi Huli's troop. To determine friend from foe, the best way was to have the emperor make the distinction. After Lu Jingren had settled in, he shouted toward the top of the city walls. This subject, the general of the right Featherwood Guards, Lu Jingren, has come to escort the emperor. Is His Majesty at the Black Tortoise Gate? Li Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Quickly have him lead troops to the top of the city walls to escort the emperor. Wait, be careful of a trap. Empress Wei immediately stopped Li Xian and said to Ma Qiao, Tell General Lu that the Son of Heaven is at the top of the city walls. General Lu has rendered meritorious service in rescuing the emperor, and his loyalty is commendable. General Lu, please line up at the Black Tortoise Gate to face the enemy. Ma Qiao glanced at Li Xian. Seeing that the latter did not object, he shouted toward the bottom of the city walls, This one is the general of the Black Tortoise Gate, Ma Qiao. His Majesty, the Empress, and Princess Enlu are all at the top of the city walls. His Majesty says that General Lu has rendered meritorious service in rescuing the emperor, and his loyalty is commendable. That group of troops is the rebel army. General Lu, please line up at the top of the city walls to face the enemy. Lu Jingren cupped his hands toward the top of the city walls and said, This subject obeys the emperor. Lu Jingren waved his hand and shouted, Line up at the bottom of the city walls. The soldiers under Lu Jingren's command immediately lined up at the bottom of the city walls, their backs to the city walls, their spears and spears pointed forward, facing off against Yi Huli's troops. If this was a battle on the battlefield and their commander died, Yi Huli's subordinates would scatter in confusion. However, this was a rebellion. Failure meant death, and there was nowhere to run. Naturally, they could not retreat. However, without their commander, the others did not know how to advance or retreat. No one had the courage to stand out and be the leader. The two sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Li Qianli, Li Duozhua, Dugu Yanji, and the others escorted Li Zhongjuan to the bottom of the city walls. Seeing the rebel army gather, Lu Jingren, who was at the bottom of the city walls, felt his heart pound. Li Xian's face, which had just recovered, paled again. However, at almost the same time that Li Zhongjuan arrived, the sounds of battle shook the heavens outside the Black Tortoise Gate. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga led a group of troops and charged to the bottom of the Black Tortoise Gate. Behind them, there was a group of troops fighting and advancing at the same time. That group of troops was the Jin Wu Guards that Prince Qing, Li Qianli, had arranged for them to stop the reinforcements. However, this group of 10,000 troops had Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga, two valiant generals. Their subordinates were all risking their lives and relying on their fast horses. How could they be stopped by the Jin Wu Guards? Unexpectedly, they were killed by Yang Fan and the others all the way to the Black Tortoise Gate. However, at this point, the horses could no longer gallop. Once they lost their advantage in speed, they were not as nimble as they were on foot. Moreover, the 10,000 troops were in a hurry to reach the Black Tortoise Gate and had no intention of fighting with the Jin Wu Guards. As a result, they were once again entangled by the Jin Wu Guards. It looked like they were gradually losing ground. If not for the fact that they were well-trained elites, this tactic of fighting and retreating would have long since become a true rout. Yang Fan rushed to the bottom of the city walls. Pulling on the reins of his horse, he roared towards the top of the city walls. 10,000 troops, Yang Fan, lead the army to rescue the emperor. Is Ma Qiao here? Come forward and talk to him. As soon as Shanghai Wanner heard Yang Fan's anxious roar, her heart immediately warmed. No one knew how many people participated in tonight's mutiny. If there were people from the 10,000 troops, then it was hard to predict whether Yang Fan would be in danger or not. That was why Wanner had been on tenterhooks all this time. Now that she heard his voice, she finally felt at ease. Wanner hurriedly rushed to the northern city wall. Holding onto the wall, she shouted towards the bottom of the city walls, General Yang, I am Shanghai Wanner. The Emperor and the Empress are on top of the Black Tortoise Gate. The rebel army has already gathered at the bottom of the city walls. General, please quickly go up and rescue the Emperor. A girl's voice was delicate and weak. As she shouted from the top of the Black Tortoise Gate, accompanied by the sounds of fighting at the bottom of the city walls, a normal person would not be able to hear it clearly. However, Yang Fan's hearing was extremely strong. As soon as he heard Shanghai Wanner's voice, he knew that she was reporting to him that she was safe. Seeing that Wanner was unharmed and the Emperor had not fallen into the hands of the rebels, Yang Fan's heart was at ease. In a loud voice, he said, I understand. Yang Fan circled his horse and turned around. He saw the Jin Wu guards surging towards him like a tide. The rebel army also knew that if they allowed Yang Fan's fresh troops to charge into the city, it was very likely that they would reverse the situation. Therefore, everyone was running for their lives. Seeing this situation, Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. In the dark of the night, he didn't know how many people there were in the Jin Wu guards. It was impossible to get the palace to open the city gate. If they were not careful, they would lead the rebel army outside into the palace. Moreover, since the rebel army had already gathered at the foot of the city, if they really opened the city gates, the rebel army inside would block the exit. The troops and horses wouldn't be able to move, and they would instead be annihilated by the rebel army inside and outside. Yang Fan still didn't know that there was a group of reinforcements already lined up at the foot of the city, but it was useless even if he knew. First of all, Lu Jingren's troops were guarding the two transport roads on the left and right, not guarding the city gate. If Lu Jingren moved his troops to the front of the city gates, the formation would scatter. With their inferior strength, they would immediately be annihilated. Moreover, even if they were guarding the city gates, as long as they were suppressed by the rebel army, the 10,000 cavalry that rushed into the city would not be able to move. In the end, they could only be squeezed and nibbled away by the rebel army inside and outside the city gate. One feeling, chaos. This was a coup without any clue or plan. The funny thing was that it was only one step away from success. Yang Fan said to Chu Kuanga, we can't retreat anymore. Let the soldiers dismount and counterattack on the spot. You will take command. Chu Kuanga said loudly, okay, what about you? Yang Fan's sword-like eyebrows twitched. I will go up the city walls. Chu Kuanga dismounted and raised his broadsword. He heroically shouted, brothers, dismount and fight. Let's show the Jin Wu guards the power of our 10,000 cavalry. Yang Fan raised his head and roared at the top of the city walls, put down the rope and bring me up the city walls. Seeing that Ma Qiao was loyal, Li Xian naturally believed that Yang Fan had not rebelled. Moreover, only one person was coming up, so there was no need to worry about any accident. As a result, he immediately ordered people to look for rope. But where would they find ropes at the top of the Black Tortoise Gate? Helpless, the eunuchs all undressed and used their belts to form a long rope to descend the city walls. Yang Fan grabbed the rope and climbed up the city walls. Chapter 1148. Yang Fan climbed up the city wall like a nimble ape and saw two smiling faces at first glance. One of the smiling faces was Wanner's, smiling very sweetly. The other was Ma Qiao's, smiling very foolishly. Yang Fan's gaze quickly swept across their faces. This was not the time to reminisce. Then he saw Li Xian, Empress Wei, and Princess Enlu. Li Xian was also grinning. Although only one person had come up, his presence gave him a greater sense of security. Empress Wei and Enli's clothes were as disheveled as Li Xian's. At this moment, their hair was simply tied behind their heads. However, they were also smiling very happily. Even Enlu, who had too many entanglements with Yang Fan, at a moment of life and death, many things would become very simple. Li Xian grabbed Yang Fan and excitedly said, Great General Yang, you've finally come. Where are the 10,000 cavalry? Are the 10,000 cavalry outside? Yang Fan said, Your Imperial Majesty, do not panic. The Black Tortoise Gate is impregnable. They won't be able to come up for a while. Even now, your subject still does not know who is rebelling. I only know that one of my 10,000 cavalry also had a general steal your commander's seal and took away 2 brigades. Your subject is afraid that if I rashly move my troops into the city, it will become even more chaotic without distinguishing between friend and foe. Thus, your subject had the army put on armor and wait in the barrack. First, I will lead a group of people to the Black Tortoise Gate to investigate the situation. Now that I know your Imperial Majesty is here, your subject will immediately pass down the order for the 10,000 cavalry to immediately reinforce the Black Tortoise Gate. Hearing this, Li Xian repeatedly nodded his head. Good, good, good. That's good. General Yang, my safety will be in your hands. Yang Fan turned to Ma Qiao and asked, What's the situation below the city walls? Ma Qiao replied, Many soldiers have arrived. They are all part of the rebel army. However, their leaders have yet to show themselves. I don't know who they are. In addition, General Lu Jingren of the Right Yulin Forest has arrived with a detachment. Right now, they are facing off against the enemy at 2 transportation routes. Yang Fan hurriedly rushed to the edge of the city wall and looked down. He saw torches everywhere like stars in the sky. The rebel army was gathering into a formation. Yang Fan frowned as he thought about it. There were only 100 or so people on top of the Black Tortoise Gate. He did not know how long Lu Jingren's troops and horses would be able to resist for. Admittedly, the Black Tortoise Gate was strong, but there was no fortress in this world that could not be breached. If the rebel army attacked the city before the 10,000 cavalry arrived, that would be disastrous. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then turned to Li Xian and said, Your Imperial Majesty, once this subject's troops arrive, they will definitely be able to protect your Imperial Majesty. Li Xian nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, repeatedly saying, Good, good, good. Yang Fan's tone changed as he said, However, there are not many soldiers defending the city. If the rebel army forcibly attacks the city, the soldiers will certainly defend to the death. But your Majesty, the Empress, and the Princess are priceless. How can we allow anything to happen to them? For the sake of safety, this subject believes that we should think of a way to delay them from attacking the city and try to delay them until the cavalry arrive. Li Xian hurriedly asked, General Yang, what is your plan? When Li Zhongjuan arrived at the foot of the city, he heard that his imperial father, imperial mother, and Enlu had all escaped to the Xuanwu Gate. He couldn't help but hesitate. According to his original plan, he would mobilize the rebel army to break into the inner palace, kill Empress Wei and Enlu, and then beg for forgiveness from his father. He would say that he had executed a treacherous official. At that time, it wouldn't matter how he begged for forgiveness. It was just like how his grandfather, Li Shimin, had begged for forgiveness from Li Yuan after initiating the rebellion at the Xuanwu Gate. Even if Li Yuan wanted to punish him, did he have the ability to do so? In the end, things were somewhat unexpected. Breaking into the palace from the main gate was indeed delayed. Unexpectedly, his imperial father had escaped to the Xuanwu Gate with troops protecting him. At this time, Li Xian was still not under his control. Asking him to brazenly give the order to attack the city, he truly lacked the courage. Li Zhongjuan gathered Li Duozhua, Li Qianli, Shatsa Zhongyi, Li Sihong, Li Siquang, Dugu Yanji, and the others together to discuss countermeasures. In order to help the Crown Prince rebel, Li Duozhua had even killed his son-in-law. Naturally, he strongly advocated attacking the city. Li Qianli, on the other hand, felt that they could intimidate the emperor into handing over Empress Wei and Enlu. There was no need to tear off the last piece of fig leaf between father and son. This would be beneficial to Li Zhongjuan's control after he ascended to the throne. As for Shatsa Zhongyi and Dugu Yanji, they were somewhat ambiguous. They felt that whatever they did was fine. As long as they could help Li Zhongjuan ascend to the throne, they would be able to hold their heads up high and jump above millions. Li Chenghuang and Li Sihong also suggested attacking the city immediately. Li Chenghuang saw that victory was just one step away and truly yearned for it. He only hoped to immediately accomplish a world-shaking feat naturally. He was burning with impatience. Speed was the most important thing in war, but the debate between the two sides had wasted a lot of time. What was more important was not time, but morale. If they immediately attacked the city, the murderous intent of the soldiers would be strong and their morale would be high. This Xuanwu Gate might not be able to be defended, but with such a standstill, the soldiers were standing there doing nothing. They couldn't help but think randomly and their morale fell. The two factions had conflicting opinions. Finally, with great difficulty, they managed to come up with a compromise. Everyone would pressure the previous emperor to hand over Empress Wei and Enlu. They would swear to the heavens to ensure the emperor's safety. If the emperor was not willing to listen, they would mobilize the army to attack the city. So the generals escorted Li Zhongjuan to the city walls and shouted to the top of the walls. Only then did Li Xian know that it was his son who had rebelled. Li Xian was the emperor. No matter how wretched he was, he had to do his best to maintain the dignity of the emperor. He naturally couldn't lie on the city walls and shout at the top of his lungs. He had Ma Qiao pass the message on his behalf. Ma Qiao poked his head out from the wall and said loudly, "His Majesty says, Li Zhongjuan, you are the crown prince. Why are you rebelling? Do you think you can hide the scandal of killing your father and usurping the throne from the eyes and ears of the world? His Majesty says, Li Duozhua, Li Qianli, Zhen has treated you well. Why are you helping the crown prince rebel?" Li Zhongjuan cupped his fists towards the top of the walls and said, "Fu Huang, Chen has no intention of rebelling. But the Empress's faction is arrogant and usurped our country's treasures. As the heir apparent, cannot sit and watch. Today, I will enter the palace with the loyal subjects to remonstrate with Fu Huang. I only ask that Fu Huang hand over Empress Wei and Enlu. Is willing to beg for forgiveness in front of Fu Huang." Li Duozhua also said loudly, "Wu Sanxi committed adultery in the palace. Under the crown prince's orders, we have executed Wu Sanxi and his son, the crown prince, and we have no intention of rebelling. We only ask that your Majesty purge the palace. As long as your Majesty can do it, we will immediately withdraw our troops and beg for forgiveness." When Li Xian heard that Wu Sanxi and his son had been executed, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Empress Wei and Wan also turned pale with fright. They were not afraid that Wu Sanxi and his son had lost their lives, but that the military power controlled by the Wu clan had fallen into the hands of the crown prince. If the crown prince had already taken control of the northern imperial army, it would be difficult to resist with just 10,000 cavalry. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that the southern Yamen did not participate in this rebellion. The Prince of Xiang and Taiping did not rebel with them. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more unmanageable. Yang Fan had already sent Gao Chu to break out of the encirclement and deliver the news. It was just that the main force would not be able to arrive for a while. Right now, the more time he could delay, the more hope he had. So he immediately whispered in Li Xian's ear, "Your Majesty, please follow this subject's plan and stall for time." Li Xian nodded his head and nervously said, "We understand. We will follow the great general's plan." Seeing this, Ma Qiao shouted down the walls, "All of you, listen carefully. All of you be quiet. His Majesty wants to speak to you personally." As soon as these words were shouted, the noise from below the walls immediately stopped. It was admittedly difficult to succeed in a rebellion with only scholars, but it was also difficult to succeed in a rebellion of pure generals without a single scholar. It was already a great taboo for these people to not immediately attack the walls after they had reached the walls. Now, they were actually listening to the emperor's words in silence. They inevitably made another fatal mistake. Li Xian leaned against the wall, doing his best to regulate his breathing. In a loud voice, he shouted to the people below, officers and soldiers, you are all our trusted imperial bodyguards. Your future prospects and salaries were all given by us. Why do you want to follow the crown prince and rebel?" Hearing this, Li Chenquang immediately shouted, "Crown Prince, don't wait anymore. Give the order to attack the city." Li Zhongjuan raised his sword and hesitantly turned his head to look at the three old generals Li Qianli, Li Duozhua, and Shatsa Zhongyi. At this time, Li Xian shouted at the top of his lungs, "Officers and soldiers, as long as you immediately change your mind and kill the traitors, we promise to let bygones be bygones. We will also reward you according to your contributions and guarantee you glory, splendor, wealth, and rank." Li Xian had almost never spoken so loudly before. After speaking, he couldn't help but cough. Yang Fan raised a torch and leapt onto the walls. He straightened his back and shouted, "The Emperor's words are like gold and jade. He said that he will let bygones be bygones, so he will definitely keep his promise. What the Crown Prince can give you, the Emperor can even more. If you don't make a decision soon, when my 10,000 cavalry arrives, it will be too late for regrets." Yang Fan slowly brought the torch closer to his face, illuminating his appearance for the rebel soldiers below the walls. He coldly stared at the black mass of battle below the walls. His voice was like spring thunder as he shouted, "Dugu Huizhi, you stole my commander's seal and coerced my soldiers to work for you. Do you know your crime? Soldiers of the 10,000 cavalry, Yang Fan is here. If you don't quickly change your mind, when will you?" Yang Fan believed that this plan could not only delay the rebel army's attack, but also create chaos for them. The reason was that Dugu Huizhi had stolen his commander's seal. If the two army commanders that Dugu Huizhi took with him were all Dugu Huizhi's trusted aides and obediently obeyed Dugu Huizhi's orders, Dugu Huizhi wouldn't have needed to painstakingly steal his commander's seal. Because of this, Yang Fan concluded that many people in the rebel army had been coerced into coming. Now that the Emperor had promised not to pursue their crimes and promised them high positions and generous salaries, if he appeared again and used the 10,000 cavalry to intimidate and expose Dugu Huizhi's act of passing fake military orders, he would be able to cause chaos in the rebel army. As expected, after Yang Fan's words, although the rebel army camp below the walls was completely silent, the originally organized camp immediately loosened. Countless people looked left and right. Some wanted to see who else had been tricked into coming, while others were wary and wanted to know who was going to change their mind. Standing on the walls, Yang Fan saw that the morale of the army could be used. He immediately shouted, "The Son of Heaven is gracious, and the army is about to arrive. If we don't change our minds, when will we?" Ma Qiao led more than 100 imperial soldiers from the Xuanwu Gate and shouted in unison, "The Son of Heaven is gracious, and the army is about to arrive. If we don't change our minds, when will we? When will we, when will we, when will we, when will we?" The last sentence was shouted over and over again by them in an orderly and mighty manner. It was like the never-ending tide of the Buddha crashing into the hearts of the rebel army below the walls. It broke down their morale, broke down their confidence, and broke down their courage. A person's heart was where their soul resided. When their spirit was intimidated, who would have the heart to fight? The 10,000 cavalry officer Kai Gufu and Cui Lang looked at each other. Suddenly, he pulled out his saber and shouted, "Brothers, change our minds." Chapter 1149. 10,000 Cavalry Lieutenant Kai Gufu's saber flashed, and like a waterfall, it suddenly chopped down on the neck of the great general of Yulin, Li Duozhua. This great general had dominated the battlefield for several decades and had never imagined that he would lose his life here. He didn't even have time to make a shocked or angry expression before his head was separated from his body. As soon as Cui Lang saw that Kai Gufu had killed Li Duozhua, this was a great merit. Not only could he be exempted from punishment, he might even be promoted to nobility. He couldn't help feeling somewhat anxious. But the crown prince was the heir to the throne after all. He didn't dare to suddenly kill him. He drew his saber and charged toward Shatsa Zhongyi. Although Shatsa Zhongyi's rank was not as high as Li Duo's was, he was still a famous general. If he could kill him, it would be a great merit. When Shatsa Zhongyi was young, he could still compete with Cui Lang, but he was already so old that he couldn't rely on his muscles and bones. He had dominated the battlefield for several decades and relied on his ability to deploy troops and arrange formations, not his personal bravery. How could he be a match for a young man like Cui Lang? As soon as Cui Lang made his move, Shatsa Zhongyi retreated in panic. When Cui Lang's saber missed, he immediately made 3 consecutive slashes and followed closely behind Shatsa Zhongyi's retreating figure. It looked like he wouldn't stop until he chopped off Shatsa Zhongyi's head. When the 2 brigades of the rebelling 10,000 cavalry brigade heard Yang Fan's words, they realized that the great general had not rebelled at all. They had fallen into Duguiji's trap and couldn't help but be shocked and angry. As soon as Cai Gufu and Cui Lang made their move, they immediately swarmed forward and attacked Li Sicong, Li Qianli and the others. The 10,000 cavalry had changed sides because of Yang Fan's words. The other troops were already shaken by the emperor's words. Seeing that there were indeed people rebelling, the morale of the troops was immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone scrambled to dodge, hoping that they wouldn't be killed. How could they still be in the mood to protect their own generals? In the end, Shatsa Zhongyi was caught by Cui Lang. With a blood-curdling scream, he was hacked to the ground. By this time, Cai Gufu had already led the 10,000 cavalry to attack Li Qianli and Li Sicong. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Li Chengquang, Dugu Yenji, and the others hurriedly protected Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan and escaped. The Crown Prince had 7 or 8 bodyguards by his side. Adding the trusted bodyguards of Li Chengquang and Dugu Huizhi, there were more than 20 people in total. The rebel soldiers had lost all will to fight. They only wanted to attack. They did not follow or fight. Dodging in all directions made it easier for them to escape. When Lu Jingren, who was in formation under the Black Tortoise sect, saw this situation, how could he let go of this opportunity? He immediately commanded his army to attack. When Ma Qiao saw this from the top of the city wall, he shouted excitedly, "Pull up Duan Shi, I'll go down and kill the thieves." Yang Fan grabbed him and said, "Wait, the remaining bandits have not been cleared out yet. Even if only one of the rebels rushed to His Majesty, the consequences would be unimaginable. The broken stone cannot be opened. You just have to protect His Majesty and the Empress here." Finished speaking, Yang Fan turned to Li Xian and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, just now, because this Black Tortoise gate is difficult to open, I ordered my officers and men to speed along the street and kill our way in from the front door. Since the leader of the rebels has escaped, your subject will immediately pursue and kill the rebels." Good. Seeing that the situation had reversed, Li Xian's courage immediately grew, and he regained the air of the Son of Heaven. Li Xian fiercely said, "The Crown Prince dared to kill his father and mother. This crime cannot be pardoned. If he does not surrender, we will execute him on the spot." Li Xian glanced at Yang Si-su, who had just made a great contribution and was now standing by his side. He said, "You go with General Yang." Yang Si-su bowed and said, "This servant obeys." Yang Si-su smiled and looked at Yang Fan, her kinsman, and said, "Great General, please." The long rope made from a eunuch's belt was thrown down from the top of the city wall. Yang Fan and Yang Si-su, one in front and one behind, climbed down the rope and dashed down. Their movements were equally agile and nimble. Ever since Lu Jingren had led his troops to attack, the rebel soldiers had all abandoned their weapons and surrendered. When Yang Fan and Yang Si-su jumped down from the Black Tortoise Gate, they saw that the wide ground was filled with soldiers who had put down their weapons and knelt on the ground in surrender. The two of them dashed through these soldiers and chased after the figures of Li Zhongjun and the others. Cui Lang and Cai Gufu rushed over with sabers in their hands and knelt on one knee several zhang away. This lowly officer asks for great general's forgiveness. Yang Fan did not stop for even a moment. Quickly gather the disorderly soldiers and await punishment. Yes. Chui Lang and Kai Gufu responded. They raised their heads and looked again. In the distance, only two faint shadows were left. Li Chengquang and Dugu Huizhi carried the soulless Li Zhongjuan and dashed out to the side street. They pulled over a few scattered warhorses waiting on the long street and leaped onto them, galloping toward the outside of the palace. Their personal guards followed closely. Li Zhongjun rode on his horse with a lifeless expression. It was as if he was still dreaming. He was only one step away from the throne of the emperor. Who would have thought that there would be such a change? One moment, he had been thinking about becoming the emperor. The next moment, he had become a fugitive. This kind of strong psychological difference was too great of a blow to him. Dugu Huizhi galloped madly on his horse. His heart was also filled with sorrow. But now that things had come to this, what could he do? Other people could surrender, but even if he surrendered, would Yang Fan spare him? Would Duguyu spare him? Would Chui Lang and Kai Gufu, who had been deceived by him, spare him? He did not have a second path. He could only accompany the crown prince and flee to the ends of the world. Since he had already failed, he did not know if the crown prince's banner could still be raised, but he had no other choice. Li Chengquang was the main instigator of Li Zhongjun's rebellion. The emperor might pardon others, but he would not pardon him. He knew this very well, so he could only escape. However, his mentality was different from Dugu Huizhi's desperate state of mind. In his view, he could not climb to the top of the imperial court. But he still had Lu Binji behind him. At worst, he could escape into Jianghu. As long as he could escape, he could still live freely and happily. Thus, Li Chengquang was not particularly worried. Taking advantage of the chaos in the capital and no one knowing the situation, Li Chengquang protected Li Zhongjun holding Li Qianli's military seal. They successfully escaped from the south gate controlled by the Golden Guards. The Golden Guards were Li Qianli's subordinate. When they saw the great general's military seal, they naturally had to obey without error. By the time they escaped Chang'an, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Yang Fan and Yang Si Su had not gone far from the street when Lu Maofeng arrived with a group of people. Yang Fan and Yang Si Su immediately led them in pursuit of the crown prince. It was not difficult to find out where the crown prince and his group had gone. Not only were there sound and light signals between the 9 cities, but the Golden Guards patrolling the streets did not dare to lie when questioned by Great General Yang. Most of the Jinwu guards did not participate in the rebellion tonight, and Li Qianli did not have much confidence that they would be able to do so. However, he had ordered those who did not know that they were not to obstruct those who held his orders tonight, and those soldiers of the Jinwu guards did not have the guts to disobey. Now that Yang Fan had come with 10,000 imperial cavalry and a murderous aura, and there was a eunuch beside him, it was obvious that he had been sent by the emperor. Who would dare to hide anything from them when questioned? Outside Chang'an, on a grassy path, a dozen horses whizzed past. There was a faint sound of hooves behind them, as rapid as thunder. Li Chengquang hurriedly looked back and said to Dugu Huizhi, "General Dugu, stop them." Dugu Huizhi gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled on the reins of his horse. He shouted, "Leave a few people behind to fight me." A few bodyguards followed him and stopped their horses. They kicked their horses' bellies and charged towards the pursuing troop. "Kill! Kill!" The people on both sides raised their weapons high. When Yang Si Su saw that someone was trying to stop them, a bloodthirsty light flashed through his eyes. He suddenly pressed on his horse's belly and excitedly charged forward. Yang Si Su's temperament was cold and firm. As a eunuch, women were out of the question. He was not greedy, so what he liked most was the feeling of a blade piercing through a human body. He liked to kill. In the past, when he was in the inner guards, he was responsible for some shameful assassinations. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Yang Si-su and Duguhueji exchanged a few blows and left a bloody mark on Duguhueji's shoulder. Duguhueji was a general, but it did not mean that he was good at martial arts. In terms of martial arts, he was no match for a master of martial arts like Yang Si-su. If the two of them each led an army and arranged a formation to fight on the battlefield, then he might not win. This was because Yang Si-su was not only skilled in martial arts, but also knew military affairs. He was proficient in military books and strategies. Duguhueji saw that this eunuch was so powerful and remembered that he had beheaded Yi Huli with one strike. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart and immediately turned his horse to leave. Yang Si-yu let out a hideous laugh. His arm shook, the saber in his hand turned into a long rainbow and flew out of his hand. Duguhueji did not expect that this eunuch would have such a precise saber-throwing skill. He screamed, his back was hit by the saber, he flipped over and fell off his horse. Yang Si-su's horse was a horse of the Jinwu Guards that was lost on the street. There was a backpack on the horse and there were 5 javelins in the backpack. Yang Si-su's murderous spirit was aroused. He took out the javelins from the bag and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Yang Si-su shouted 3 times and threw out 3 javelins in succession, killing 3 rebel soldiers off their horses. He then pulled out the last 2 javelins. Holding one in each hand as if he was holding 2 long swords, he shouted, "Kill! Capture all the rebels, the Emperor will reward you handsomely." Pressing his legs against the horse's belly, he chased after them like a gust of wind. Yang Fan spurred his horse to catch up to Duguhueji's side. Suddenly he pulled the reins, the wind whistled around him. Countless riders galloped past, leaving only him and his horse standing there quietly. Duguhueji was lying on the ground. Seeing a horse hoof as big as the mouth of a bowl in front of him, he slowly raised his head. Seeing that it was Yang Fan, he could not help but was startled. Yang Fan jumped down from his horse and slowly walked to his side and gently squatted down. Duguhueji avoided his gaze and said in a low voice, "Grand General, I am sorry." Yang Fan said softly, "I have many people like you under my command. They come from aristocratic families and have taken on too many responsibilities and obligations for their families, but they have never had the opportunity to enjoy the glory and authority of aristocratic families. They want to stand out, want to get rid of this damned background, so they follow me. I can understand what you have done. The winner is king and the loser is nothing more than a thief." The sound of the horse's hooves did not stop, but Duguhueji still heard Yang Fan's words clearly. He looked at Yang Fan in astonishment, not understanding what Yang Fan was saying. "Grand General has many descendants of aristocratic families under your command?" Duguhueji thought for a long time, but other than himself, he still could not think of anyone. Yang Fan looked at the knife that had penetrated deep into Duguhueji's heart in his back and knew that it was impossible for him to survive. He could not help but faintly sigh. "Over the years I have encountered many dangers, but this is the first time that I have not been able to control my own life. If you had stabbed me at that time, I would have already died. So, you really have nothing to let me down." Duguhueji laughed hoarsely. "I only want to stand out. I have never thought of betraying my family. You are the clan lord's friend. If I had killed you, I would not have had the leeway to turn back. Speaking of which, I was still doing it for myself. I did not intend to be lenient toward the Grand General." Yang Fan stared at him and said, "But you lost because of this. Do you not regret it?" Duguhueji shook his head. "I do not regret it. Even Guan Yu left Maiqing. Even Kong Ming lost his street pavilion. Who can guarantee that nothing will go wrong? Man proposes, God disposes. Besides..." Duguhueji turned his head to look in the direction that the crown prince had fled. He smiled miserably. "Now it seems that we are nothing more than a motley crew. Even if the Grand General had not come, we might not have been able to attack the Black Tortoise Gate. In the end, defeat was unavoidable. It is just that, there is no need to die so miserably in a vigorous battle.